quạt miền bánh nhá chê đôi thà mình sư áo của sau rương mua màu đây cả hai sao mòn không chặt thế ta chọc á chặt tục thà hướng mình lọ cho bạp cha cho chẳng á thử chụp hướng đi hướng nút khát bong ấy mình sơ chìa tục tôm nó khlang về vậy mắt lập chụp nhiều quần đệ hồ si thông đấy có ta bóng ơi bữa ơi cái na tự đi cả tục nó ngà là bò thọp để khát bong từ nó cái na miên phê nàng hồ si là bò thâm mây tiền chẳng ấy không á ấy chứ con ta thế hà nào bữa ta vừa thử khát vừa thử bón à nó vừa đang thử mấy dương cài về bán con na con đã chất từ phương hướng ấy để tha về miền bị giàu chẳng á đó chẳng là nắng miền đây thay dương chê tầm lẹ rồi cái dương vậy phía xa sầm mánh tha rơ sầm ra bị mục te dương và chất mua màu sao món nó chia sầm ra bà lá nhau là ngày bây giờ đó tranh bán anh nâng plei đào bài dương ở sơ miền úc sại đã ăn mua tình đi tua po tầng o cái này ná mà ấy sập dương nẹm nẹt cao máu sơ miền tục hiện luôn hay bên nẹm miền bon chởn tới sơ miền tục chởn này hay bữa ban thứ bon pịt mấy hàng khoản tích bon nó chui đôi thầm sơ miền bành hại một smile chờ non chỉ vật chẳng bên bậc khoa bón đạp từ đùa
Last night, the Bloodthirsty Kings reigned supreme with a dominant sweep over the Valley. Today, down to our final four, the brutal grind continues. As BTK and A77 sit comfortably in boot camps, honing their skills and paving their way to victory, can their opponents, scattered all across the continent, battle the pin, the pressure, and the odds to outshine perfected synergy? With zero room for mercy, one thing is certain. By tonight's end, only two will stand to carve their path to Riyadh. Welcome to the semifinals of the NACT Spring 2025. I'm your host, Liz, joined by the one and only Trex and the new face to the blog who's been everywhere these days. Kronos, welcome to the desk.
Hey, thank you so much, Liz. And you're right. It's getting hot. There's 4 teams, only 2 slots left, of course, to get there. And it's a great time to be a part of the NACT. And I could not have been more grateful for this opportunity. Yeah, I know I tried. I practiced this, guys, but it didn't work out. So at least I'm grateful for this opportunity, of course. And it's nice to be a part of the NACT this spring season 2025. Just looking forward to what's coming up next and what we have in store.
Yeah, we're super happy to have you here, Kronos. I think we're all excited for the games we got tonight. It's exciting to be back on the desk with Liz, back on the desk with everybody here at NACT, and back on the desk in front of all the wonderful viewers we have.
Yeah, and Kronos chose to come to the NACT at the best time possible because the stakes have never been higher. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what we have in store for us. Villanera versus Area 77 for the semifinals, and for the lower half, we have Bloodthirsty Kings versus Vendetta. Unfortunately, yesterday we saw overskilled Millonario, the Valley, and Team Eagle unfortunately exit the match.
Yeah, I think yesterday was ups and downs, a lot of 2-0s, although I kind of predicted 2-1s coming through all around. And I think the caster predictions as well. We predicted the first half of it wrong, the second half of it kind of right. But looking at the semifinals that we have in store for tonight, it's going to be exciting. Villain era definitely bringing in a different flavor completely. Area 77, they've been here. They're not new to the scene. They're one of the most experienced teams. And of course, the one that the world is out watching for, the Bloodthirsty Kings, BTK themselves against Vendetta. Vendetta, half the players former BTK. So this is going to be exciting and probably the match of the night.
I think yesterday, even with some of the 2-0s, we had some exciting matches. We had some teams show up. A lot of us put Millonario on a pedestal thinking they were going to be the dark horse. And Area 77 showed that experience, just stops that. Experience shows why we're here, what we're doing here. And today we're down to these best of 5s where, once again, is experience going to trump, or are we going to see some of these new kids on the block show up?
Yeah, and compared to yesterday, there are more games and more chances for mistakes and more chances for opportunities. And the final opportunity for these teams is to make it to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup and the MSC with the best prize pools in MLBB history.
Yeah, 3 million, that prize pool, right? It sounds really nice to our ears, and I think, of course, the champion from NACT 2025 Spring will want to get there, at least claim and make a statement from what happened last time.
Yeah, back to the heat, back to the desert, back to Riyadh. It was exciting last year, and I think the fact that we're getting EWC to another year in a row, same prize pool, same stakes. Last year was very exciting for everyone that tuned in. I'm sure, it was probably one of the best MSCs we've seen in a very long time, and I don't think this one's going to fall short either.
Yeah, absolutely. And for any team, just by making it to the Esports World Cup, they get a hefty prize pool, and that's a lot that they can look forward to. So for the viewers at home, you also have something special. As always, we have a giveaway before every single match, and now it's your chance to scan the code and type that code in for your chance to secure one of these 30 permanent skins. First come, first serve. I know some of our casters already got their phones out.
Bro, don't call me out
Kronos?
like that.
Kronos,
don't call me out like that.
So there's something we do
like
here on the NACT desk. You have to pronounce the code. You have to pronounce the code.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. It's 7WJ8PNJ.
No, you have to say it as like one word. One word.
No way. Now you're just trolling me. It's like bullying the new kid on the block. I'm actually trying to type the code down as we're speaking, so I kind of would nerd it out. 7WJ8PNJA.
You're doing a great job.
TNSG 2, 3.
I'm sure.
7,
I'm sure they're already
FZ.
on. Liz, help us out here. Ooh.
Yeah, very helpful. 7, blah, 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 that's the code, guys. Make sure you are one of the first 30 people to have typed that wonderful code in and secure yourself one of the skins.
Yo.
We will have. Oh, there ain't no way Kronos actually pulled out his phone, and he is proving everyone that if you come as early as Kronos, you do get a skin. So I hope you don't do this anymore, Kronos. This is for the viewers. There's only 29 left. Yeah. So make sure you guys are typing that code in.
Well, I tried, but usually it never works, right? I got pretty bad luck. I guess today luck's on my side, even though y'all are trying to bully me over here on the desk while we're live at the NACT 2025 Spring, a road to the EWC 3 million prize pool. And still, after everything that went down yesterday, top 4 teams, Villanera, Area 77, BTK, and of course we have Vendetta as well. But the first match of the night, I think that's the talk of the town. That's the one that's up for a toss, right? We got Villanera versus what is that? Area 77. I keep forgetting, but yeah, that's gonna be an exciting one. And I know Trex, you had hot takes.
I think we got the rosters coming up here in a second, Liz.
Yeah, Trex has tossed us into the rosters. This is the roster for Villanera. They're coming in strong and fierce as Digichats as always. Gila on the XP lane. I got scoped on the jungle. A new face to the roster. Khan in the mid lane. PDR on Rome and Jatizi on the gold lane.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this roster. I think, we saw them play yesterday. These are the new kids coming in. Gila played amazing on the Esmeralda in game number 2, kind of opened up that door for us. We saw everyone playing Esmeralda after that. Khan went deathless throughout all of game 1. All of us had our eyes on Milanario, but now I think a lot of our eyes are on Villanera. Can they be the first new team to get to the grand final spot?
Yeah,
absolutely. And before Kronos gets to make his thought, let's take a look at Area 77's roster. Ureshi on the XP lane, Shiro on the jungle, Hunter in mid lane, Joyboj on Rome, and ISO on the gold lane.
Yeah, I think this is a roster that's kind of gone under everyone's radar. Never really thought that they'd probably make it out because they were going against Milanario. And even though they were considered the dark horse, like Trek said earlier, experience speaks volumes. And I think for Area 77, they have good comms. They're also in boot camp. It's gonna be a different story compared to Villanera, but I think this is definitely the team to watch out for tonight.
Yeah, this team, I mean, these are faces we've known to love. These are faces we've known to see. Joyboj, ISO, both champions in their own right. Both have gone against the odds. Both have gone the long haul. And the fact that all these guys are in one building together just makes them even scarier, Liz.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw what good synergy and good MS can do for a team. So for Villanera, they really have a lot on the line. They have to beat the odds and beat the pin and beat the pressure and make it through and prove that they are the better team. So a lot on the line for both of these teams, but I would say for Villanera, just by the fact that they are in all across the continent, they have a lot more that they have to work towards in order to be on the equal footing as Area 77.
Yeah.
And it looks like the draft is ready, so casters take us into the first series of the semifinals.
Yeah, I think for this one, it's going to be exciting because I was going to say that the junglers kind of switched up for this one, especially given the fact that Kohari's not going to be playing, and I got scoped, right? I got scoped. He's going to get scoped by the opposition. They're looking to snipe him down. The extraterrestrials, Area 77. So it's going to be a different thing. But also, while we spoke yesterday to some of the players, they did say they had better synergy with Kohari, right? And we've seen Kohari, the Brave is what you call him. He just likes to dive in. Oh, my goodness. He just likes to dive in whenever he gets the opportunity. I think it's
his ninja way.
Yeah, it was his ninja. He played the Naruto skin in the first game. Naruto versus Sasuke.
And just like the anime, Naruto won. And if you disagree with that, you can debate me in Discord. But yeah, I think it's exciting. Kohari definitely showed up yesterday. I think that I'm excited to see how I Got Scoped does. And we saw players yesterday. We saw Ashley swap out with T yesterday on Vendetta. So I don't think it's completely out of the box that Villanera could still take a player off the bench, throw him in. It's a best of 5. You have plenty of time to try new things, and maybe that variance could be their edge.
Yeah, I think that definitely the flexibility that they have within their team also. Maybe that could be hero pools changing as well at the same time. So that's definitely something to watch out for. But instantly you can see the first ban come from Area 77 that got that gotcha. It was utilized by PDR yesterday to almost utmost perfection. He was not just getting to the back line. He was even using the AOG to create that separation in these neutral objective fights. So that was really good. So spotting that out instantly, first ban. I'm not really sure. It's kind of like a respect ban, but definitely cutting off their feet whenever they can. And on the other side, they take out the Fanny. I don't know about the X-Borg.
I mean, the X-Borg could definitely be I think I've heard some things in the grapevine about maybe this being a target band against the jungler of Villanera, and we didn't see it yesterday, but now with I Got Scoped coming in, definitely important. But like a top band really hones into the fact that we have to see PDR on something else. And the question on a lot of our minds yesterday was, were those comfort picks for Villanera yesterday? Do they have a hero pool that can go 5 games? Do they have a hero pool that can pull them through when the target bands start coming in? And this is only game 1, and Area 77 is already focusing into that.
Yeah, and I think Area 77 definitely have a larger hero pool, right? They've been around the block. They've been former champions, especially Joybodge is and ISO, if I'm not wrong, not new names here. Ureshi as well. He's been there to the grand finals, and at least for speaking it from an international viewer point of view. So this is definitely a team that has familiar faces. While on the other side, they definitely have respect around the continent, right? So there's something that we need to watch out for. And also, another hot pick that I think they're trying to contest will definitely be that Esmeralda that has been picked up quite a lot.
Yeah, I think, what a lot of teams have been doing is they've been letting through the Matilda and then picking up an Esmeralda as kind of an answer to it. Letting through some of these EXP laners and picking up the Esmeralda as kind of an answer to it. It's fast, it's tanky, it's able to shred down some of these shield makers. It's just been a good answer overall, I feel like. The joy is gone, though. They've been honing into this jungle a bit. This is something that we saw on the hands of Shiro yesterday. And he played well on it. So I'm excited to see, what else do we also have to see coming from Area 77?
Yeah, I think right now first phase bans are done. Valentina taken out as well. Lucas is left open, picked up instantly by Area 77. They can play around with that quite a lot. They can pick up the Matilda as well, get some utility on the board. They can go for the third pick, Esmeralda, slot this Lucas in the EXP lane. But right now, Villain, Era, no X-Borg, no Lucas. Alpha is open. Hayabusa still left open. You got the Herrit, you got the Granger. Suyo's up for grabs. So they definitely have a plethora of options to choose from.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options. And after talking to Villanera, didn't always go for those meta picks the last time, right? And after talking to, talking with them a little bit, hearing words from their coach, we know that they're always looking for counterplay in draft. I think they play well maybe from the red side. They feel it's a comfortable spot. You get 2 nice response picks here, and they go for the alpha immediately, which is solid. Area 77, if they want to go something tanky, it could be a problem for Joybodge. And then...
Whoa. That is early. That is early.
Is it jungle? Well, it's not jungle because they have the alpha in. So gold lane Roger.
Wait, I don't think it can't be a Roger this
is
early,
real?
right? Come on, this is not M3, guys. This is not the time where Roger you should just run around creating a ruckus. Because I mean, you can still go for a Roger. Not like it's bad. It's never terrible, but not
it's
the first phase of the draft. Yeah,
time.
let alone the second pick. So I'm not really sure if that's it. It's definitely a Roger being picked up. They let go the Jushin as well. So far with these 2 picks up, Area 77 with that Jawhead. And I think before I give it to you, Trex, the fact that Joybodge is such an aggressive roamer. You told me about this before you got on stream as well. He's such an aggressive roamer, and I pointed out that he likes to play this pickoffs, right? He's so good with these pickoffs, so Area 77 thrive around it as well. So Villanera definitely need to find a way to make that comeback right now, because with the first half, it's not looking good.
Yeah, game 2, Area 77 versus Millenary yesterday. We saw the Jawhead into the hands of Baj, and it was disgusting. This guy was in their face nonstop, pick off after pick off after pick off. It was hard to watch, and Villanera against something like this, against the Lucas as well. We're looking at big snowball potential for Area 77. Early game, first couple minute pickoffs. It is a dangerous spot to be in if you are Villanera, and they're gonna have to try to, you know, find space, find something that can push that back. And here comes the signature Farza pick for Khan. Which, I mean, that has space, right? You have some ability to maybe stiff arm a little bit, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, they definitely need it. But I like the Farsa. It just definitely creates that opening, creates that space. But with the dive ability of Area 77, you got that beacon, you got that unstoppable force. He's going to basically lock you down. So this Farsa has nowhere to run. So the early game definitely in the favor of Area 77. If Joybodge, I mean, not really an if, he probably is going to be able to do it. He's been there, he's done it all. So he'll be looking for those early pickoffs. First blood on Area 77 looks super strong. And now with the second phase of the draft, I think they'll be looking to take out some of these gold laners as well, right? Because feels like they got the Roger. They kind of need that Roger to... it's still up in the air if he's gonna be the gold lane or in the jungle.
Roger.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Alpha's picked, so it's gotta be a real. I mean, the Roger is definitely gold lane. Maybe it's mid lane Roger. Who knows, man? Maybe
hey, EXP lane Alpha.
Hey, EXP lane Alpha. That's true. Rome Alpha. Point. Could definitely be anything. It is going to be a second. We're having a few tech issues to deal with right now in the draft. So at this point, it really is up in the air for us, Kronos. But, you know, I kind of wanted some time to talk about these teams anyways. We were talking about how sometimes we really get rushed here. And us casters, we love to hear our own voice. We love to yap. So, you know, I think we get to kind of dive a little bit deep on these two teams. I think over the span of 5 matches, what are we really looking for the, like, you know, winning points from each team?
Yeah, I think, first of all, if you're Area 77, you definitely want that jawhead. You want that pickoff, right? You want to make sure Joybodge is able to excel in and around the river, because the river control is going to be super important. You know Ureshi is going to make fast rotations from the EXP lane, so that's definitely one of these keys to victory, if you might call it, for Area 77. And then utilizing that EXP strength and the early prowess of the roam position, they kind of dominate the river. That's what they're known to do for quite some time. So I think Area 77 over here will be looking to prioritize picks like Jawhead. And if I was Villanera, I'd definitely be looking to ban that out, because you don't want to give Joybodge any space. Because if you give Joybodge any space, then PDR is not allowed to play his game. And we saw yesterday, if PDR is able to move around and actually do what he wants, catch the back line, dive in with that AOG, even though Gatot is banned out for this one, it's giving more room to Villanera to try and create those openings. They don't have Kohari the Brave anymore. So you're not going to get those crazy plays, those crack plays. You just scream and go like, oh my God, what's this guy thinking, right? It's not a 1v5 situation all the time. So it could be a different style, but also I think that's something they definitely need to prioritize. Look at cutting off or pull the rug underneath Joybodge's feet.
Yeah, I like, you know, because whether it's the Jawhead or not, either way, Joybodge wants to, you know, play those pickoffs. He wants to be aggressive. They want to rotate fast. Ureshi's going to be everywhere. So I think one of the major key points for Villanera, Gila is going to have to be able to keep up with Ureshi in his rotations. He can't let Ureshi always be ahead of him. If Gila is late to the fight, it could be the edge that Area 77 just pushes them over the limit. As for Baj and that river control, yeah, Villanera needs to be able to keep him at bay. They can't let Baj come into their jungle. And, you know, the last question was mine is, can Villanera maybe flip the script? Can they be the aggressive team, right? Are they going to play this more slow play, look for mid-game spikes, or are they also going to try to maybe invade, take the river for themselves?
Yeah, I think when I was coming back to that, right? The fact that they flip the script, could they be as aggressive as possible? I think it just goes to show that they are, from yesterday's gameplay, they are really patient, and they know that patience can be rewarded, because they picked up the Claude. The Claude has a late power spike. They're waiting for that to kick in, and that kind of changes things. So I think if you are Villanera, you're right. They need to kind of take the initiative. They need to put their best foot forward, especially in the first few minutes, because if Area 77 get that control in the first 2 minutes that we saw yesterday against Milionario, yeah, it's gonna be a stomp.
Tough. But I mean, one thing to also point out is we saw Villanera. They almost lost. Was it game 1 or game 2? They were on the back foot late in the game. We saw Overskilled get the lead for a minute, get a big wipe on them, and then of course Kohari showed up and was able to pull through. It does look like the Roger pick was a mess up. Forget what I'm saying, because now we're back into this draft, and this is important because I'm guessing there was a tech issue. I'm guessing there was a draft issue. The Roger pick was not meant to be. This looks more like a legitimate draft from Villanera.
Yeah, I'm about to say, now my marbles are working a little bit. I'm not going crazy looking at that Roger coming through. The Jushin's a really nice pickup, especially against the Lucas. Although Lucas has that immune when it comes to using the flash to flash combo. It's nice. You get the Farce on the other side. So that's good. They play range for range. But although Villanera are looking to play for more control in these neutral objective fights, and Area 77 just aggressive straight off the bat, though.
Yeah, but what do we see from Villanera? So we have this Jawhead. What does Villanera go for in the roam position to kind of, you know, keep that away? Do they go for something more like the high-low, something a bit more stationary, or do they go for something divey themselves, something, you know, that can pick off themselves to get to this Farza, to kind of keep this Lucas at bay? Yesterday we saw them really use that Gatot, and I'm excited to see, you know, what can PDR pull up to the table now.
I think Matilda is really good over here, right? Because it's the third pick. You can just go for the Matilda. You can keep up with the Jawhead in terms of rotation. You can single target. You can kind of, that's the only way I can see you can immune the Unstoppable Force. But I think they go for the Moskov over here. It's not a bad pick. Moskov usually counters any single sort of goal laner that's there. And now you can look to choke out probably your the Natan, the Clints, the Natan, the Kimmies. Although we haven't seen the Clints and Natans come up. We're definitely looking at taking out a Kimmy, possibly, especially after yesterday's Savage that came through. So right now, Villanera, compared to what we saw earlier with the Roger, they're cooking.
I'm surprised we didn't see the Kimmy get prioed here. But yeah, either way, both teams missing a position, like they're not mirrored here. So we have the gold lane picked up, Roamer picked up on the side of Area 77. So Area 77 maybe start banning out Roamers, try to keep Villanera in an easy position for Joybaj to have his way. And like you said, Villanera ban out some gold laners. The Kimmy was a monster yesterday. Do we think that Area 77 wants to prio that? And if so, is Villanera going to make it their last ban?
Yeah, I think Area 77 definitely gonna... the Kimmy does work out as well. They definitely have the extended range with that Feather Airstrike, the high ground's present on their side. So with with Kimmy's ultimate charge as well, that could be really nice to set things up. They have quite a lot of mobility on the board. It's good for laning. So I don't see why they can't ban it out. The glue taken off is nice, just because you don't want this Farsa being dove upon the entire time, and Glue right now quite tanky as well after the recent changes to his kit. And I think Villanera should probably look to take out that Kimmy.
I think it could be solid. I mean, it feels like even though the range isn't crazy, it's not like Kimmy has this stupendous kit. Just felt like the damage yesterday and the ability to kite, the ability to move back and keep on firing, it was a problem. And once it came online, it seemed like there was nothing you could do about it. When you have something like a Jawhead in front of you, when you have something tanky in front of you, that the Kimmy can really just have her way. But it doesn't matter. Kimmy does end up getting banned out here in the Matilda ban from the side of Area 77.
Yeah, Matilda ban is good. It would have worked a lot for Villanera right here, but making sure he doesn't get that in his hands, that's something nice. Now I'll probably look to slot a Roamer. I think we'll wait for the EXP until the end. You still have the Yu Zhong, that's good, but I'm not sure if they'll look at prioritize that one. You have the Phoveus that's still up for grabs, so you can, there's quite a lot of space that could be created with the front to back as well. You give Zushin a lot more space to get that Lantern down, get that control in these team fights, and Alpha is just going to come try and clean up. So they definitely need two frontliners that are quite CC heavy. There's a Hylos that's open still. Hylos is really good against the Farsa. Hylos Phoveus looking really good for Villanera. Oh,
they go for the Panda. Villanera continues to surprise us.
Yeah.
is this Roam Panda? Roam Panda. I mean, it is. Let's be on paper.
Yeah, it's kind of.
It does exactly what we need them to do, right? Keep Baj out of your jungle, keep Baj away from your team. It has some possibility. It can also completely disengage a fight if Lucas wants to try to dive in. It gives you some advantage over the turtle pit. Rotation-wise, a little bit slow maybe, you know, things like that. In terms of speed, it's definitely, you're going to have to wait. It's really going to come into clutch, I feel like, last turtle, first lord. That's when it's going to be utilized to its maximum capabilities.
Yeah, but still, see, that's the change-up. That's the change-up. The Hayabusa comes in. I was going to say there's still a possibility for the Lucas to immune it, but I like the Hayabusa as a straight counter to the Jushin as well. You can just dive in, Ogi Shadow Kill, and then pick it up. And then now you have the carry to burst it down. Good combo with the Jawhead. So this is looking really good for Area 77. Yeah, Lucas EXP.
Lucas gets swapped into ESP. I think, yeah, it's a I mean, clean draft overall from Area 77. They have range. They have I mean, it's very front to back, right? Everyone has a job. Farza can sit on the backside. You have ISO on carry, who's not crazy range, but can kind of get up close and personal. And you're in the Hayabusa just to pick off the stragglers in the back. So Jatizi, Khan, they're going to have to be careful. Now with this Hayabusa on the field, there's a lot of damage on the side of Area 77 overall. Just burst damage, shred damage. This is a all-in, all-or-nothing comp, aggressive, exactly what we thought Area 77 was going to bring.
Yeah, and I think this R-Lot coming through from Villanera as well. Feels like this is a comfort pick for Gila, right? Because I don't see the R-Lot being really great here. You're not going to be able to utilize that final slash as much as you like to, because there's a lot of immune coming through from the side of Area 77. You have that flash-to-flash combo from the Lucas. You definitely have the Yogi Shadow Kill. The Farce is going to probably be rocking that Purify with the Wings by Wing. So I don't really see how this R-Lot would fit in. But definitely looking to dominate the lane against Ureshi. So that's going to be interesting to see. And of course, our goal lane matchup as well.
Yeah, I think this is, you know, Area 77 brought something super aggressive. Villanera brought so much disengage, so much things to try to stop. It is exactly kind of how we called it. So can Villanera pull it off, right? Can they kind of disperse Area 77 every time they come in? Can they find those pickups? Can they split them up with the heavy spin? There's a lot of options for Villanera, but once again, it comes down to, you know, big combo plays, the ability to use their skills. It's not just all damage on the side of Villanera, but here we go, jumping in to the first game of the semifinals of NACT. This is Area 77 up against Villanera, game number 1. How do you think the start of this game is going to go?
Oh, it's looking good so far. Both these junglers trying to mirror each other's rotation, and you can see Villanera, with the help of the Panda, they're going to be able to clear the jungle a little bit faster, but also the same thing coming through the other side. The Jawhead's leashing this Hayabusa, so making sure both these junglers hit their power spikes early. You're going to see a fast rotation in towards the top, the gold lane side for Area 77, but no, they just want to go to the bot side and see contest for the Letho. Shiro just makes it out.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of eyes on the side of Area 77 and how fast they're going to rotate around. We're talking about river control. Villanera, having this Jushin, it gives you such a good advantage in that river. You just have so much ability to push people back. It makes players not want to come in. It makes players not want to get aggressive. But down on the boss side, Ureshi might be in a little bit of trouble. Gila tries to get the play. Gila gets pushed back, though. Ureshi still able to survive.
Yeah, I think that's the immune, right, with that flash combo as well. Gila was forced to flicker out. That's a big spell that's not going to be available for the first neutral objective in 30 seconds. So Gila not having that flicker play was going to be less surprising when it comes to those final slashes. As we can see, Kha'Zix is going to be the target here.
A little bit of damage on to Khan. Shadow Kill does come in, and first blood over to Shiro. Joybaj already getting aggressive with the crew right here. Area 77 now. Look at the quick rotation down to the turtle. Ureshi's playing a safe. Villanera maybe wasting too much time.
Yeah, I think they are. It's probably something that they need to look to capitalize, because Gila right now, without the flicker, he's trying to get the advantage, but
another big pick. I got Scope taking a lot of damage. Gonna go down. Joybaj able to get the kill. The pause does come in. Yes, we saw the P, but at that point, the fight was already starting, Kronos.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show, right, that river control that we spoke about earlier, they definitely need that for Joybaj, especially Area 77, just checking their tick boxes, you know, ticking their check boxes. I don't know what you're going to call it, but they definitely are working it out for themselves. They're dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and knowing that this is where they need to dominate, especially with the Jawhead. This is not the first pickoff. They went for the previous one as well. They're looking for the pickoff every single time. Shiro in the jungle position with the Hayabusa took down the Jushin as well. well as Joybaj, looking to make those plays every single time they catch someone off guard. Now without Gila having that flicker, it's looking difficult already. And the first 2 minutes, like we said earlier, first 2 to 3 minutes is something that Villain Era really need to contest. But if Area 77 are just breezing their way through like this, it's gonna be a one-sided story. I don't want to call it too early, but if it's like this, Villain Era really needs to pull up.
Yeah, I think one of the big issues, we called it in the beginning. Once we saw the Baj head come in, you know, the jaw head come in. No bush is safe right now, and you have to understand that. Even whether it's your side of the map, whether it's their side of the map, Joybaj can always be there, and you have to be careful roaming around. His position in that last pickoff was key, and you can't just face check any bush right now. He's looking for those pickoffs nonstop, and this is what we meant by river control, right? This is what we meant by map control, and Villain Era has to be ready for that. And whether that means staying a bit more grouped together, running around as a trio a bit more, you know, no one can just be solo. I feel like we did see them hang out maybe a little bit too far in the EXP lane. Maybe that was game plan. Let's focus on Yureshi a bit. Let's try to get Gila a little bit ahead. But now that has backfired. So now it's like we have to switch gears and do a little bit of something else.
Yeah, I think it's got to be something that they came up with, right? Because it's probably premeditated as well from their side. They definitely had that planned out. Let's try and focus this. But once they got into the game, I think they were just caught off guard coming through from Area 77. And that speaks volumes in terms of the experience that Area 77 have, right? They can switch on the fly. They can adapt on the fly. And that's what they're good at most of the times, especially some of these players that have been there in these big stages. They've seen it. They've done it. And now when you're playing against Villain Era, seems like they're not ready to think outside the box yet. They're just sticking to what works. They're thinking by the book at the moment, especially for this first 2 to 3 minutes. They tried, I think, like you mentioned, you said it best. They wanted to control Yureshi in the EXP lane instead of trying to go towards the goal lane route. It could have worked if they just made the rotation in towards the goal lane, because if you look at the jungle pathing of their jungler, right? I got scoped. He went in, took the orange buff. He had the bear. He could have just gone towards the top side, but instead chose to come for the lethal wanderer. And I think that kind of slowed his rotation down. Probably that's where things went wrong.
All right, so we're going to be jumping back into the game. Area 77 with first turtle control, and I got scoped goes down. Villain Era at this point just has to give up first turtle, and that's going to give up a little over 1,000 gold lead over to Area 77. And I think at this point, Kronos, Villain Era has to know, okay, we got to slow it down. We got to stick together. We know their game plan. They know what they got themselves into. And I think it's a bit more of a slow roll at this point for Villain Era.
Yeah, they definitely have to slow roll it at this point. They need to find ways to make it work. And you can see instantly going on the top side. Joe TC is going to be the target.
Yeah, good flick back, though. He sees it coming. Once Hunter shows face, he's able to use the dash, get out of that stun. If he got hit by that stun, it was probably GG's well played at that point.
Yeah, definitely with the unstoppable force and Joybot just hanging around, it's definitely looking dire for Villain Era. But right now, they might look at targeting down ISO, although he flickers forward.
ISO looking for the 1v1, but here comes I Got Scope, misses the Spear of Alpha. PDR trying to get it, but he doesn't have the heavy spin, so he's unable to get the pin. A nice play by Villain Era, but not enough. And watch for Joybaj, watch.
Oh, yeah, he
showed face.
Yeah, he just was there. It's like, hey, I'm right here. Went back in. He sees PDR. He's just showing them that, hey, he's just here hanging around, making sure you got to think about me. But if you take a look at the items, you can see Shiro already got the Hunter Strike. So 700 gold ahead from I Got Scoped. But the thing about the Alpha is once he gets into that mid game, about 5 minutes, 5.5, he got a couple of items, he got a couple of kills. He's definitely looking to snowball. So it's still good for Villain Era, although the early game is not going as planned, but definitely something that they can look out for. And that's where you're talking about slowing their roll, and PDR's doing a good job. It all comes down, I want to see this heavy spin work out.
Oh, ejector once again. PDR does get stoned by Hunter, forced to use the heavy spin. And you know, when you look at Wings by Wings, you got the Jawhead. This is a fast-moving mid, man. They are everywhere right now, and that is just troublesome in this early game. This is everything that Area 77 wants to bring to the table. And at this point, does Villain Era even try to contest second turtle?
Yeah, I don't think Villain Era should really contest because they already gave up the heavy spin. They definitely don't have a level up on the jungler. Shiro's ahead. He can look to pick somebody off. It's not looking good for Villain Era, but definitely patience is something that they need, right? Patience is an important part of the game, but PDR
Once again with the ejector, feathered airstrike does come down. PDR able to just get away. Turtle does go over the side of Area 77, but a fight breaks out. Shiro to the backside. Joybaj now still trying to get aggressive. ISO jumping in with a speedy light wheel. I got scoped, gets scoped, taken out, and Area 87 walks away with a turtle and a kill.
Headshot, indeed. Headshot right there. He's not looking good so far. Alpha 0-2-0, 5 minutes into the game. This is where you want to start snowballing if you're an alpha. And I think it came down to if they wanted to contest that turtle. I'm not really sure why PDR walked up, knowing that his jungler wasn't even around. He was near the orange buff at that time, right? It's not something, feels like they're not themselves. The confidence is not oozing out like it did yesterday for Villain Era. But it also could be the synergy that we spoke about. And wait, did he? Okay, no, he did not get that, did he?
He tried. He wanted it. He might have. I mean, at this point, they're taking everything, man. They're taking names. And Villanera is on the wrong side of the battlefield. Jot is able to continuously get away at least, and he is still deathless. Can he be the saving grace?
Yeah, you can see Joybaj dropping out that MSC emote as well. Of course, this is for that one slot towards the MSC as well, right? EWC is where these teams want to be. This is the semifinals. The first one, best of 5, is only the first game right now. So if you're watching in, guys, if you just tuned in, this is the right time because things are just starting to get heated up, especially for this first match as Joe TZ is going to be the target. They're targeting so hard.
They want him so bad. Jotz does get stunned. One more hit. Hunter takes him out. A nice shot finally taking out the target. I mean, they've been going up there. I mean, it's been at least 5 times in the past 6 minutes, and they finally succeed. PDR unable to secure a kill onto ISO, unable to get the pin. ISO gets away to safety.
Yeah, he's definitely not having that ISO lane, that's for sure. It's not looking like that, but look at Shiro.
Nice Spear of Alpha, able to stop Shiro in his tracks, so now PDR might be in a little bit of trouble. A lot of damage. PDR able to get away, but Hunter with the wings by wings looks for the better airstrike. Gets him! Killing spree over to Hunter. Well played. Area 77 just non-stop foot on the gas.
Yeah, all gas and no brakes. That's what Area 77 are right now because with the way that they're getting, that's the 3rd turtle of the game. 7 minutes in, they got a tower on the top side, about 5-6K goal lead almost, and they're picking everyone off every single time. Con 6 Gila not looking safe.
One was Gila. Gila, he didn't use the flicker.
Oh my
I don't know
God.
what happened there, but it is devastation now for Villanera as the tower falls. The ults fall, and Villanera continues to fall. 0 kills on the board. Area 77 is showing them what experience does. That was a rough final strike from Gila. He hit the flicker, but he was still up against the big side of the wall, so he didn't flicker through. And the final slash falls short. The nerves have to be kicking right now for Villanera in game 1 of the semifinals.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the cam, right? But here, Gila.
Gila in a little bit of trouble. Feathered airstrike comes down. He's taking out ISO, able to get the kill.
Yeah, that was just the easy pickings for them. But right now, Shiro, PDR gets a nice pin there.
This could be big. Spear Destruction does come through. Shiro able to dash away. Will he be able to get away? PDR uses the flicker, but no connection onto anything. It's a waste of time. And look at the pin. Look at the sandwich. Yureshi in a bad spot. Joybaj looking for the ejector, looking for the toss, looking for the throw, and I got scoped, taking out Shiro with the response. The kill. Area 77 on fire right now.
Yeah, you can say I got scoped, got marinated, and next thing you know, skewered, and then now just got kebabbed right there. Area 77, 1 at a time, baiting every single thing out, and then now just abusing the mechanics of the hero as well. And then I was gonna say, like, just previously before the team fight, I saw the cam of I got scoped. He's just lying down on the bed thinking that when this is probably gonna end, because the way it's looking, 8K goal lead in the favor of Area 77. Yeah, bro, I'll be lying down on my bed like that too.
Yeah, it's a tough position at this point. Villanera, I mean, we just saw that feathered airstrike come down from Hunter, and it was chunking everybody. Joybaj with another ejector, able to toss PDR back. Heavy spin does come in. PDR able to get away there. Lord still in control for Area 77. Villanera unable to do anything. Spear Destruction does not commit. Here comes the conceal play. Yureshi to the backside for the airstrike, able to get the ejector. The immune con trying to get away, but Yureshi doesn't let it happen. ISO with the kill. ISO with the double. Will he go for the triple under the tower? Decides to back off.
Oh my god. And then like 9 minutes 30 seconds in, they have an 8k gold lead. They haven't lost a single life. And over here I got Scope just got lucky, got out of harm's way quite in the nick of time, and they just got only one single tower, right? And now the feathered airstrike just zoning them out. This is just abuse coming in from Area 77. The experience speaking volumes. And if you're asking me, Villain Era without hitting the item power spike, where Joe TZ needs that Demon Hunter sword to do any sort of damage, actually the Malefic gun, even if he wants to kind of get into these team fights, just not looking good so far for Villain Era. With the Lord marching on the bot side, if you ask me, I think Area 77 could be looking to call it an end right now.
Yeah, Area 77 giving a warm welcome to all the new teams on that top side of the bracket right now. They took out Millonario. They're looking for Villain Era in game number 1. Feathered Airstrike does come down. Lord looking for the crash, able to connect onto the base. ISO with the back and forth. Can they take a tower here? Villain Era still able to defend. Area 77, honestly, big play into the backside. Fuji Shadow kill onto Khan. A lot of damage on the tower. ISO able to take it. Urashi gets the push back. Gila in a little bit of trouble here. PDR looking for the heavy spin. The final slash, not enough to connect. Still no damage from Villain Era. Shiro finally gets the kill he was looking for. They take a tower and they take PDR with it.
Yeah, they leave the base crystal exposed as well from that bot side. Inhibitor is down. Only 2 left standing. Less than 12 minutes in. 2 waves popping through as well. Joybudge has the flicker in about 5 seconds. Look out for a play.
Yeah, it's definitely Gila. What are you doing? You got to back off too much damage. ISO flickers in. Speedy light wheel. He wants to shred. He wants to play. He wants the kills. Shiro able to get the double. I got scoped in a bad spot. Gonna get thrown back. PDR and I got self defending with all the camp, but they're taken out. It's a full team wipe, and that is a game number 1 for Area 77.
Hey, throw it back to previous seasons of the NACT, because we got the veterans showing up here in game number 1 of this best of 5. Area 77 just showing that they're not washed. They're definitely here to take it all.
Yeah, they looked good. I mean, 16-0, man. Perfect game. Flawless. Chocolates all over on the side of Villain Era right now. You know, this begs the question, right? This begs the question of, did Villain Era have an easy matchup yesterday? Is this just a, you know, do they belong here? Because I want to, the way that first game went, Area 77 just looked monstrous.
You know what? I wanted to tell that PDR, he played 2 got-out games yesterday. And now with a lot of different roamers left open, including like the Tigreal, which could have been really good over here, especially against the Jawhead. And then you have the Grok, that's still viable option. Going for an Akai, completely unconventional. Although the fact that, yes, it can work out, but these days there's just plenty of options to choose from. You could have even gone for a Florin by all means. The Carmilla is still available. There's plenty of roamers. You could have even gone for the Kufra, for crying out loud. But
they could have picked the Matilda on phase 1 instead of the Moskov.
Exactly.
There was definitely, you know, there was, and it would have been one of the things that would have helped them keep up with the Jawhead and the Farza. Because I'm not saying the Akai wasn't bad. Like in terms of 5v5, if we're the same exact gold and everything, it can work. But the Farza and the Jawhead were just so fast in those first few minutes.
Yeah, I think it came down to that river control, right? They need to kind of leash Joybudge. They gotta stiff arm him. They need to find a way to make sure Joybudge is not able to move around freely and do what he wants to do. Otherwise, Villain Era is looking at 3 games back-to-back of the same story.
I mean, I don't know if we want to count them out completely yet. They have options. They still have Krohari the Brave on the bench. You know, you never know. We might see the sub in last minute. He might be able to pull something off. But right now, I think maybe they went a little too big brain in the draft, right? Maybe they went a little bit too much overthought it. And when you're up against a team like Area 77, who's been doing this a very long time with players that have won this thing a few times, you know, sometimes you got to keep it simple and pick what works, like what is strong right now. So yeah, it's game number 1, Area 77, you know, just kind of outclassed them completely. They're going to have to get back to the drawing board.
I mean, it could also be nerves, right? Because they're in the semifinals. I don't think they've ever been in this position before, going against an experienced team. I mean, I feel them, guys. I feel you guys. It's just nervousness. It's just jitters. It's those butterflies in the stomach at this point. So all they got to do is shake it off. There's, of course, game number 2, and it's a long series that could be there. 5 games. And I think right now, if you're Area 77, you're just looking to move on to the next game. So, but I think if you are Villain Era, you gotta shake this off. You gotta shake this feeling off. You gotta make sure you get ready for that comeback. Forget about what happened in game number 1, because if you're gonna keep that on your head, it's gonna haunt you. And the way that it was dominated by Area 77 for such a clean game, I don't know.
Yeah, it was definitely rough. I want to point out too, man, whether it was nerves, whatever it was, we saw some mistakes from the side of Villain Era that they're gonna have to tighten up on. As I'm looking at those replays, it wasn't just that one final slash from Gila. There was one at the end there when Area 77 was on top base tower. He pops the final slash, misses everyone once again. So I think overall, hopefully Villain Era is just warming up. You know, hopefully they're just, you know, they're stretching their fingers. They're doing what they can. I'm hoping that we see a little bit more for them. I'm really hoping that, you know, maybe they can take it to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see them take it to the next level, because with the way they played yesterday, I mean, I said it multiple times as well. They were oozing confidence, right? That's the thing. They were looking really good, and right now they don't look like that yesterday. So hopefully that doesn't change the effect of game number 2. And wait, hold up, Strex, you hear something?
We got some word coming in. We got some word coming in. Looks like there may be a roster swap happening. Kohari, the Brave, he's putting his jacket on, he's stretching his thumbs, he's getting ready because he's jumping in, he's getting subbed in. We're coming in with Kohari, the Brave, as the jungler. I got scoped back on the bench. How do we feel about this?
I like it. I got scoped in game number 1, and I think Villain Era said it's enough. It's time for our Villain Arc to take over. We need that person in the front line who is looking to dive, is looking to play as aggressive as possible, right? Because I got scoped on the Alpha, wasn't looking as aggressive as we'd liked him to be. You want to go gung-ho, and I think that's where Kohari comes in, especially looking to take matters into his own hands. 1v5, he doesn't care. That gives an opening, and I think that boosts confidence. And also, Con 6 synergy with Kohari is going to be a game changer from now on.
Yeah, they said that, right? Con 6 feels much more comfortable with Kohari. He's played with them more. He feels like the mid trio works a little bit better with it. But I love what you said, gun-ho, man. And that is exactly what Area 77 is, right? So it might be the way to match it. You need someone like Kohari who's like, you want to throw hands? Let's throw hands and just get in the ring with them, you know? Like, was willing to take some punches to the face, but is also going to punch back and do it well. So maybe Kohari can be the answer here. If not, there's more things to look at, but they do have at least 2 more games to look at those things.
Yeah, I think, and especially if you want any game to be a test, is definitely game number 1, right? Because that's where all the jitters are. You're fine, you let it go through. And I think right now they have 2 more games to test it out, or at least make it work right now. So Villain Era on the blue side, compared to previous game where Area 77 was, now looking to take the initiative and try and dictate the pace of the draft themselves. So if I were them, probably look to take away some of that Hayabusa. The Hayabusa has been a hot pick, not just for this match, not for this series, but yesterday as well. So Hayabusa is something that we're seeing quite often, and I think you got to respect that factor, at least a counter draft for it right from the get-go. But you can see Area 77, they're sticking with what they know. The Gato's got to be taken out, put PDR in an uncomfortable position, let Joybotch take over.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, with the Jawhead open, though, does Villain Era go for the ban on the Jawhead? Do they steal it first pick? I think if Area 77 is going to focus on the PDR, it might not be a bad idea for Villain Era as well. You know, maybe ban out the Jawhead, ban out the Hayabusa here, and just let the rest of the meta kind of roll out a bit, see if you can get some trades back and forth. Do we think on blue side, though, Villain Era is going to try to comfort Kohari up front, pick up something like the Lucas, or are they going to comfort like PDR, right? Like who are they looking for to throw into that first pick here?
I think if the Lucas is open, just slot it in. If the Lucas is open, just slot it in. Let Kohari do his thing. He was super confident yesterday. You want to give him the confidence. Because when you're coming in as a sub, you're not just coming in to kind of change the flow of the game. You're coming in to boost up the morale of your teammates as well. And if you're giving him something comfortable, I think that will definitely, you know, puff up the chests of Villanera and be like, hey, yeah, we're good. Especially if you're Joe TZ. That's someone who needs confidence compared to game number 1, where he was the sole target. It felt like Hunter was literally hunting Joe TZ that previous game. So they definitely want him to have a little more confidence. They want him to have that space. So to get that space, you need to give Kohari what he wants, so that at least, even if it's by a 0.01%, it works, right? It definitely helps.
And there goes the jaw headband. Villanera able to also throw some respect on the name of Baj. But there's still a lot of things Baj could pick up, right? He could even pull out the Cho again, man. We've seen him on it. He could just get a little bit crazy. And when Area 77 gets confident, when they feel comfortable, when they're ahead a game or two, we could definitely start seeing their draft get a little bit weirder, right? Fall back into more maybe not current meta, but still viable picks. What's comfortable for them. I like what you said about Jot, though. He was getting targeted a lot. So maybe an answer is also go back to something that has a lot of escapability. Go back to something like the Claude. Go back to something that can dance around a bit, that can really, you know, yes, you're still kind of stuck in late game, but at least you have someone that can always get away, you know? You can always battle mirror image back, and it's very hard to catch them.
I like that. I like that Lucas Ben. Yeah, I like that Lucas Ben. Right, Area 77. Like, you know what? It doesn't matter. Don't give them what they want, even if it's a slight chance that would give them any edge. Don't give that at all. But they let the Kalea open, so the Kalea is being picked up. That's gonna be Jushin still left open on the other side, so Area 77 looking to pick that up for themselves. And then you have the Hayabusa once again, but I think it's a little too early to go for the Hayabusa. They could still pop in the Herod, because you definitely running the Purify on the Herod. In this case, you're having a better laning phase. Maybe the Moskov, I'm not really sure if they want to run that, but I think right now Herod Granger looks really nice for Area 77.
But there's a Hayabusa. They still go for it. I mean, it's been stomping games. But I love this Kalea pick. Not only do you take away the Jawhead, but you also take away another big hitter for Joybaj, and you get something aggressive for yourself this time. You get something that has play potential for yourself, and that's what the Panda lacked last time. That's something the Akai can't exactly do. Yes, the idea is there, but now you have something that can answer and maybe dive onto Hunter, can answer and maybe actually secure that pick off on the XP lane that we wanted last game.
Yeah, I think that's something definitely Villanera have for themselves this time around. But this Hayabusa, after the Farsa being picked up, looks a little more threatening right now, especially for that Farsa looking to get dove upon. Again, it's going to be the Farsa versus the Jushin compared to game number 1, but it's just they're swapping. This time, Farsa in the hands of Con 6. They get that CC in the EXP lane, so even if there was a slight possibility for this Kalea to be flexed into the EXP side, it's not going to be there anymore. And now, but I like the fact that the CC is being picked up, because whatever comes in the EXP side right now is definitely under threat. You cannot go for a Phoveus because you're going to be in a losing lane. You're not going to be picking up that Hylos. Again, it's going to be a losing lane. You're narrowing down their options. Probably a Hilda looks good for Area 77.
Yeah, something that can, I mean, keep up with the rotations, move around. Even if you're losing, I mean, even if you're Hilda and you're losing lane a little bit, you can always speed up and get to those fights quickly. You know, yes, the Farsa might have trouble with the Hayabusa, but Khan played great on the Farsa the other day, man. His positioning was key, and I think this is we're looking very comfortable for Villanera right now. I think they're kind of back into their groove in this draft a little bit. I saw the face wince. What are we thinking, Kronos?
Yeah, the Herod is just too good. I said it earlier. They could have slotted the Herod as a second pick, give the option of the jungle pick to Villanera between Suyo and the Hayabusa, but they just switched the order, and it's looking like a killer draft already. Because if you ask me, definitely Area 77. You're going to have Jushin on the Purify. You're going to have Harith on the Purify, just because you want to be able to counter that Tsunami Slam that could come through on the other side. So it's looking good. The Farsa's under threat already. Immune coming in from the Ogi Shadow Kill. Area 77 are cooking. They're cooking slow, but they're cooking really good. They definitely need that last bit of spices coming through, and you can see that as well. They taken off the Fredrin. That could be a problem. for the Herod, for the Hayabusa. With this Kalea, it's like a non-stop chain CC. But on the other side, Villain Era really need to target down some of those EXP laners, right? Especially the ones that could create a problem.
I mean, there's plenty of options. I'm still, my eye's still on Baj, Roam 2. Like, what else? What else can he pick? In Villain Era, what do we pick up for jungle overall? They ban out the Fredron on Area 77, getting rid of any tanky possibilities, which could have been something that can at least withstand the damage of Hayabusa, can kind of get up close and personal with Hair. So Area 77 continues to cover their bases. And there goes some of those EXP lanes you were talking about getting banned out from Villain Era.
Yeah, I think Villain Era Cho. They gotta ban out that Cho, because I can see Area 77. Joey Bodge on the Cho is a staple.
It's a staple.
It's not only is it a staple, but also it looks really good in this draft. Because Cho with the Jushin is just looking really strong, fast wave clear. You got river control. The Suyo is a great ban because that's probably the only jungler that's kind of left in the open right now, apart from maybe the Alpha. But you're really just forcing Villain Era on the Alpha, and if you're putting them on the Alpha, definitely not having a good day, because Hunter is just gonna be, you know, he's just gonna be doing that the entire time. So he's definitely gonna have fun. Yeah. But I think right now Villain Era, they gotta ban out that Cho. They gotta see it coming.
I mean, again, they go for the Tigreal instead. Not a bad ban either. It's definitely something that could pop up. They're covering their bases. Does this mean they're still looking at maybe, you know, like a fighter jungler, something that's going to be close to the fight, not an assassin who's going to be super far away? There comes the Cho pick for Baji Boy. So, I mean, it's you see it coming, you know, and now I can believe that Khan could have a bad day here. You know, the Hayabusa, maybe you can run away from that. The Jushin, maybe you can back off from that, but now you have 4 heroes with the Zaman's Force as well, who can all give Khan a very, very bad time.
Yeah, it's looking bleak if you have Villain Era, because now even after that's being picked up, I'm looking at what they can slot in the goal lane. It's got to be a Moskov coming through right now. Joe TZ didn't have a great Moskov game the last one, but again, it's got to be the Moskov. I don't see anything else that could work here. You can try and go for the Claude, yes, the carry, the Bruno. I prefer probably a Bruno or a Moskov here, but they go for the Brody and the Chip. That's nice.
That's spicy. So wait, Chip EXP?
Rome.
I'm confused. Who's jungle? Who's jungle?
Wait. Is it Kalea in the jungle?
Now we're all over the place. Is it Kalea jungle? Kalea jungle, Chip Rome? It's gotta be. It's gotta be Kalea jungle, right?
Yeah,
it's Kalea jungle, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Thoughts?
Nah, I'm not a fan.
Bro. You're the analyst.
Not a fan. I've tried it. I tried it myself. Kalea in the jungle. Not a fan, because you want to be in the front line most of the time. You're the one to initiate the plays. But if you're trying to make your way through the jungle and then go towards the neutral objective, you're not gonna have a fast jungle clear either. So your rotation's gonna be much slower. And to be honest, who are you looking to dive upon? Without the flicker, the capability of making a play is kind of gone. And that Carmilla just counters this Chip entirely.
Yeah, and then you just swap. Baj doesn't have to play the Cho. You swap it over to Urashi. Baj picks up the Carmilla. So they're like, fine, you guys want to get a little spicy? Easy. Just check the box. Boom, we pick up the Carmilla. Beautiful answer to the Chip. Area 77 just continues to feel a step ahead of Villain Era right now.
Area 77 cooking in the draft. I told you they were slow cooking, and they were cooking indeed. They finally add that extra bit of spice towards the end. Get that Carmilla. The Curse of Blood gonna be doing and making a problem for Villain Era indeed. With this Chip, the shortcuts looking lackluster now. But the only thing that they have going on their side is if they get the early game in their favor, again through Joe TZ this time with that Brody, then the snowball could be real, right? Because the Joe TZ has that corrosive strike to kind of be able to lane himself. So this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. Area 77 takes game number 1. Villain Era on the back foot here. They have to make a stance now, or it's going to be match point. What is the answer, Kronos?
Match point it could be for Area 77. Looking at the draft so far, it comes down to how they execute it. It's got to be the first 2 minutes. Again, they need to make sure Joe TZ has a good time. As you can see, instantly Con 6 along with PDR making their way and making sure ISO is not having an ISO lane. Because if it's an ISO lane, it's going to be hard for Joe TZ. So
yeah, definitely going to be tough. PDR, Con with the wings by wings. Villanera can finally make some quicker rotations, maybe keep up. Kohari does get a little bit aggressive. Shiro tries to dive in, able to get the Litho Wander. Kohari now taking a little bit of damage. Shiro shadows it back once again. Kohari trying to get away, trying to save his life, but the Lantern catches him. The fish is on the hook, but Villanera still wants to keep up the fight. Urashi now getting involved as well. Shiro able to get another kill on the book. Make it 2. That's 2-0-1 for Shiro, 3-0 at 1 minute in.
Yeah, it's looking bleak again. Villanera, their early game is what they kind of needed to harness the power with. They needed to keep up. They needed to make sure they're not letting it go. But with Shiro hitting his power spike so early, 2 kills, Hayabusa, PDR going down as well. Yeah. Villanera need to find a way to slow it down, and this is why that Kalea in the jungle doesn't work, right? Because you want to be in their face the entire time, and you want someone to hit from behind. You need someone to do the damage from behind, but in this case, it's just not there.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I feel like Villanera shouldn't be getting aggressive in the early game. They don't have the spike right now. Look at the damage on Aguila, going to get kicked the wrong way. Joybosh decides to back off as Hunter continues to just harass and poke with this Lantern. Big play, though. A lot of damage on Joybosh. Aguila able to get the kill. That could be the turnaround. Shiro does take the turtle as the rest of Villanera try to hightail it out. Kohari taken out. PDR next on the chopping block. Hunter picks it up. Gila now on the run. Urashi doesn't want to let him go. Hunter flickers through as well on the chase. They're going to come for this orange buff instead.
I mean, while you look at the picks that are being there and the way that it's turning out, right? So far, with yesterday's games coming through, you can start seeing the NACT meta kind of shape up. Because you got this Jushin, but wait, PDR on the top side?
Ooh, should be okay. He's going to get away with his life this time.
Yeah, he's just getting away. But I was saying that the NACT meta is starting to shape up slowly. You can see that the Jushin's going to be a staple pick. You got the Hayabusa as well. These are working out really good. The Farsa is a really hot contested pick, but here PDR should be going down.
Oh, man. Do not come through that portal, guys. Do not abort mission. Joybaj, even without having a super fast, aggressive pick, he still makes that Carmilla so aggressive. Jatizi trying to run away, but not today. Hunter comes in for the kill, but the airstrike does come down. He's able to at least respond back. Hunter a little bit too aggressive. Finally, Villanera responding with what they can.
Yeah, you know what? I just saw that JTZ has the Purify instead of the Flicker, and that means that's the reason he's not having a good lane. Because if you're a Brody, you want to have the Flicker to have the option of playing aggressive. But now when you get slotted on the Purify, you don't really have that option to play aggressive, so you're already on the back foot, especially on a hero like Brody that wants to be as aggressive as possible in the early game. This Purify could be haunting Villanera right now, to be honest. That could be like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Yeah. It's probably like cutting out, you're really cutting your own cards there, bro. Yeah.
Blood Pack does come down. Jot taken out. Cast a Curse in effect right now. Purify didn't work out. I guess it wasn't in slot. But I like what you said, because, you're right. You lose the opportunity to make out that big, aggressive, torn-apart memories with the Flicker. You lose the opportunity to kind of move yourself around the map. He's already a hero that doesn't have a dash. And without the Flicker, you're very immobile, man. Not only, yes, it's a little bit defensive, but I feel like you even lose some of your defensive capabilities with that. Now, a lot of damage onto ISO. Can they make the play happen? Feather Airstrike does come back. ISO with the sidestep. Nice. Jatizi able to get the kill. He needs that one. Urashi also getting involved. Now able to get the kick onto Jatizi. Jatizi looking for another hit. Another one, but finally Shiro able to get the kill onto PDR. It's back and forth right now as Villanera looks and scavenges for anything they can. It's 1-1 on the chopping block.
Yeah, I think any kill this time in the hands of Villanera is a good kill, right? It's good gold in their pocket. Shiro picks himself up at that Sky Piercer, but Joybuds gets picked off.
Okay, Villanera getting a little bit aggressive here. Kohari maybe too aggressive. He gets some heal back. He gets the slam. Cone able to get the Feathered Airstrike down onto Hunter. Villanera able to disengage.
Yeah, you can see Jotzi. The 1v1 didn't work out, but ISO.
This is messy. This is sloppy. This is how I like it. ISO goes down. It's back and forth right now. Gold lane for gold lane. Mid tower about to fall for Area 77.
Yeah, Area 77 lose out on the top side, but guess what? They make a better trade, taking away the mid-tier 1, opening up the jungle of Villanera. So that means more space of Area 77. You can see every time they try something, Area 77 counter back. Even though Villanera are trying to pull one back, it's not working out.
Oh, this is bad. PDR does pop the portal though. Khan comes through, tries to drop the feather airstrike. Shiro able to get a kill onto PDR. Khan trying to wings by wings away. One more hit and he goes down, but Shiro just can't find him. Jotzi now looking for the jungler, looking for Shiro. One more hit. Kohari gets a shutdown. That's some nice gold into the pocket of Villanera. And you said it yourself, Kronos. A kill is a good kill for Villanera right now, and they're bringing in the aggression.
Yeah, they're definitely bringing in the aggression, but you can see this is where Jotzi is not having a flicker is coming into play. He could have gone and made an aggressive torn apart memory, but not working out. Oh!
ISO gets the better of him every single time, it feels like. Jotzi wants the 1v1. He wants the fight, but he just can't bring the hands. PDR now gonna target onto Joybaj. It is back and forth nonstop.
Yeah, it's back and forth indeed. It's Villanera every single time they try and get an advantage, not working out, but PDR
once again in the midst of the chaos.
Does
not have the shortcut. What was he doing? Shiro able to get the kill. Kohari now looking for the engage. Blood Pack does come down. Shiro able to get the turtle. Kohari still in the middle of 3 members. But Gila and Khan just not there. Feather airstrike does finally come down. Yureshi able to stop him with the kick, but a nice killing spree over to Kohari. This jungle Kalea is starting to show up a little bit.
Yeah, right now in the mid game, when you have that ability to be in the fight, when you're in the midst of it, you have the heal present as well. That puddle going through is going to make sure your team can sustain a lot more, and that's working out. But you can see that PDR is the one that's making the sacrifice. 0.74 KDA on a chip is not something where you want to be, but right now Ice is going to be the target again.
Shortcut not there. He doesn't pop it. Doesn't want to waste it. ISO not taken out. But still, man, let's talk about Villanera just getting aggressive, finally going blow for blow, hands for hands, and it is kind of working out for them. This is a much better game than game number 1.
Definitely, I think it's all thanks to Kohari the Brave, right? He's just going gung-ho the entire time. He wants to be in the mid. He wants to be in the thick of it, but you can see right now Joybaj making a play.
Khan trying to remove himself from the fight, get in the backside. PDR there as well. Khan consistently looking for positioning. He knows it is tough to make a feathered airstrike get more than 1 hit down. Yureshi's always on him. Shiro's always on him. The whole team is always on him. He's having so much trouble using that ultimate.
Yeah, Shiro's looking to make sure Khan is not having a good game, but he's 3-1-3. He got that winter count early as well. What is PDR doing there?
He thought he was trying to pull a Baj, and he might be able to do it. The whole team comes through the portal. They're looking for the fight. PDR low. Shiro able to get the kill. The shadow kill. Locks on, gets a double. Kohari out. The rest of Villanera will fall after. Jotzi just trying to create space, trying to get shots. It's a triple for Shiro, the hero, and he's looking for more.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for the Maniac, but he is!
Ooh.
Oh.
He tried. He wanted. They're still aggressive,
really
though. Jotzi, you got to get out of there, bro. Jot, what are you doing? Jot, what are you doing? You're getting killed. You're getting taken out. He tries to dash back, but it's not enough. Hunter finds another one.
Talk about a sandwich, but you can see right now, again, PDR just completely out of position, coming through that portal on towards the bot side jungle. Not in the right place, not the right time. Just complete opposite of what he should be doing so far, but again, Con 6 just gets taken down.
Yeah, I think, all right, Villanera, we like the aggressiveness, but you got to slow it down just a tad bit, man. You know, instead of going 100 on a 60 mile per hour, you got to maybe bring it down to 75. Bring it down to 75, slow it down, because at this point, Area 77 is capitalizing. It's a 5K gold lead.
Yeah, I think over here, that 5K goal, it was nice while they maintained it with a 2K, right? That's what Villanera wanted, especially looking at the items as well. You can see Jotzi, even after having the Purify, has to go for a bit of a, you know, sustain kind of build with that Rose Magic Blade from the Rose Gold Meteor. Yes, you have that extra range, you have that Sea Halberd, but where's your raw damage coming from? You really want that BOD. Once you get that BOD, you're going to be doing a lot more damage. But here, Kohari finally finds a slam.
Finds a slam on Yureshi. That's not going to be enough. Lord getting dropped down quickly. They're going to have to give this one up.
They definitely have to give that one up quite easily. Shiro gets himself.
Oh my
no.
god, the damage.
He just
That's
got
ridiculous.
the Malefic Roar. He just got the Malefic Roar too. I was just gonna say he got the Malefic Roar and then instantly you can see the burst.
Yeah, PDR already uses a shortcut, bursted down as well. Feathered Airstrike comes down just to clear the wave, just to try to defend, and then a quick move around because Yureshi was hunting.
Yeah, Reshi is making those plays in the backline 1, 1, and 10. He's always on top of Con6 and JotTZ. Every time Kohari makes the play, he goes in the front. There's no one to back him up from behind.
Gila, what are you doing? I don't think this is the team you wanna pop the tellies on, the flexes on.
Yeah, because the Lord is there, marching on the bot side. Only one wave coming through. But oh!
Baj takes a lot of damage, maybe bites off a bit more than he can choose. JotTZ able to get the kill. Tower does finally fall. ISO dives in, drops him on Force, looking for the damage, but taking out Khan. Able to find him. It's 3 down on the side of Area 77. Villanera fight back.
They fight back, but they lose an inhibitor indeed. And I think right now PDR wants to go for a little bit more. He definitely has the crash course. No shortcut. So Area 77's PDR, Ureshi looking to pick off PDR every single time. Right now, these shortcuts are going to start showing because you have the ability to make cross-map plays. You can blank that 4-1, get the chip on towards one side, and the other 4 move together like a unit, and then start taking out towers one after another.
Kohari finds the pickoff. Can they get the kill? Yureshi low, stunned up, and JotTZ puts another one into his pocket. They're looking for Hunter now. They're looking for Baj. They're looking for anything, but now they're taking damage. They're looking for death. Hunter fights back, finds the kill, and just when Villanera had some map control, Area 77 takes it back.
Yeah, I think Area 77, it just goes to show they have that experience. That they know how to find their footing, even though they made a mistake. They're able to pull it back for themselves, and I think Villanera right now needs to find a way to try and take the advantage, because you can see in this Lord push, the Lord was there. Hayabusa, Shiro tried to go in for the back line, but Kohari was waiting. This is what Kohari needs to do. Gila needs to create this space while Kohari's in the back line, protecting JotTZ as well as Con6. And then whenever he comes through, you have the title strike, you have that tsunami slam, and you can chain CC Shiro, making sure he doesn't get the pick off on towards the back line, especially if you're Con6.
Oh, look at Yureshi, though, man. This is a bad spot for Kohari. He needs to be careful. He does find Yureshi, though.
No.
Able to tsunami slam him back. Feathered Airstrike does come down.
Shiro
looking for the target. Shadow Kill comes in, shredding down 2 members. Gila finally falls as Joybosh picks up the kill. ISO finds Con6, and now Area 77 is steamrolling over them. A double kill for ISO. It's nothing but Kohari, and he falls lastly. PDR, the last one to drop as Area 77 find the wipeout and possibly the game.
Yeah, I think this is the game right for Area 77. They definitely have a wave coming through the mid lane. 15 seconds, not enough for Villanera to defend. And I think it came down towards the end as well. The last team fight, just before it went down, I said Kohari needs to protect his back line. But went to the front, tried to pick Yureshi off, and that's what Area 77 want you to do. So far in both game number 1 and game number 2, Villanera are playing at the pace and at the pace of Area 77 and allowing Area 77 to pick the fights that they want, making the plays as per what Area 77 wants you to make.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Villanera played that game better than last time. Still with some mistakes here and there. Still with some mess ups. I think they just went full gas that time, you know?
Yeah, all gas, no
even
breaks.
in that last fight, man, they had the map control back. They took out 3 members of Area 77. The gold was brought back to just a 2,000 gold diff. If they wouldn't have really forced that mid tower and started that fight there, they might have been able to hold out a little bit longer. But again, that's where the experience comes in. That's when knowing when and when not to fight is so important.
Yep, but it's just picking your moments, because that's the most important thing when it comes to these fights, because you can see the damage dealt by Shiro is about 89,000. That's almost double of what JotTZ, actually more than double of what JotTZ had the entire game. So it goes to show he had a really strong early game with that double kill right off under like 1 minute. And after that, it was just looking really rough for Villanera. They needed to find a way, and not having JotTZ play on a flicker when you're playing a Brody. Yeah, you're just shooting yourself on the foot right there. That's the one. That's the line I was looking for earlier. You're just shooting yourself in the foot, because the way that Villanera, yes, they have the idea. like you can see the vision after looking in a little more deep. They have the pickoff capability, they have the team fight that's there, they have the high ground, they have the early snowball, but the execution is just not there. The layering of the skills, the layering of this cake is just not there. And I think so far, if you talk about Area 77, they're just looking for the icing right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's match point for Area 77. Villanera was able to at least pick up the pieces a little bit in game number 2. Maybe they can pull something off in game number 3, but I like what you said. It's like Villanera letting Shiro get that early aggression. It just seems like that's where Area 77 shines so much. It's like their identity, right? They want to fight you early on. They want to try to, they want you to see them at that Litho Wander in the first minutes. And Villanera just keeps on thinking, yeah, we could do this, and then walking right into it. And I think coming into game 3, Villanera's best bet, because where Villanera is shining is mid-game, right? That's where they're finally popping off. So excited to see what they can do, but let's take a look at these replays, Kronos.
Yeah, I think you could see that what we spoke about. Shiro just definitely getting that early kills. He's getting the mid game. And I think so far you could see with less than 2 minutes, 30 seconds, he had 4 kills on the board. And this is the one play where they made a mistake. Hunter tried to overextend, got taken down. And then Shiro, it looked like a one-man show, to be honest, with Shiro getting all the kills. But looking deeper and further, Area 77 just moving like a unit. They know it's like a well-oiled machine. All the cogs are moving and making sure the clock is ticking for Area 77, making sure everything works. And after that, it was just making sure you just abuse the mechanics of that goal lead. You have the itemization and knowing when to pick fights, because that is a key moment. Knowing when to pick fights, high level decision making on display, making every second count. And I think for Villanera, you gotta be disciplined.
I mean, that was a point right there. That was a point right there that we just saw where Villanera, had some opportunity. The thing is, Area 77 will always come to you, right? They're always going to look for those plays. And Villanera, sometimes when they win the fights, is when Area 77 overextends. We saw Hunter do it in the early game. We saw them do it in the late game. And I think that's Villanera's key winning point. Let them overextend. Let someone get a little too aggressive and then bite back. Wait for the right moment where one of them is caught off guard. You don't always want to be the first one to bite, right? You don't always want to be the first one to throw the punch, especially against a team like Area 77.
Yeah, I think even after all of that, this one good game, this next game, one good game, one good team fight, it just flipped the script. Like, just completely flipped the script. And then you got Joybot scratching his head the entire time, not really sure what they got to do. But Area 77, they got composure. They're veterans. They got the experience. Villanera really need to think outside the box this time, not go Mega Mind with the draft. They really need to take it one step at a time, because even in this game, we saw that they tried towards the end, they just went Mega Mind, right? So in game number 3, they need to find a way to make it work. Area 77 sticking to the plan. And this Gato not being in the hands of PDR is really hurting Villanera right now.
Yeah, and now Villanera being on red side as well, it's like, do you still ban the Jawhead? Do you still waste that? Do you give up the Lucas again over to Area 77? Because Area 77 is showing that it's not only is the Lucas strong, but it's even stronger for them because they can use it as a flex pick, right? They can always still lock in the Hayabusa. They can always flex it over the XP lane. So it just has endless bounds for them as an amazing first pick on blue side. And Villanera has to think about it. Do we give them that opportunity to flex and have something strong?
I think it's just coming down to hero pool, right? Just the plethora for Area 77 to choose from, and we saw in the previous game as well. Towards the end, they made that switch. We knew the Cho was coming. The Joybot's Cho was right there. And then all of a sudden, we're like, hey, let me just switch it up. And then you get the Carmilla, and it just worked so well, only because they needed the last pick to counter that chip. And it just fit so well. It was just like the right foot, right shoe, just fit in so easily. But right now, with the Kalea being taken off, that means Joy is still open, Hayabusa is still open, and then you still have the Jawhead open. And you're right, will they leave the Jawhead open or not? If they leave the Jawhead open, Joybot's going to pick it up. If they don't, Cho's going to come out in the first phase.
Area 77, though, does ban out the Lucas, so Villanera could ban it out. But yet Joy's still, I mean, It's tough. I mean, you could let them have the joy. Hayabusa's on the field. Villanera can pick up the Hayabusa for themselves. So I don't know if you do ban the joy here, right? And if you don't, you definitely need to make sure you get the Hayabusa. But if they don't ban it, then maybe Area 77 just first picks Hayabusa. I mean, it might be early, but they're doing so well on it. Shiro is such a monster on it. I don't think there would be anything wrong with first picking Hayabusa here.
Nothing wrong with that, to be honest. At the moment, with the way that Shiro's been on the Hayabusa, he was on it yesterday, he's here today, he's been rocking it. Oh, they respect the Hayabusa. The Jawhead's open. I don't think Jawhead's first pick material, but it still could work because their draft, more than revolving around Shiro, it revolves around Joybodge if he's able to make those pickoffs work. So right now, I could still see a first pick Jawhead, but a lot more left on the table. You have the Matilda, which no team seems to want to pick up for some reason. And then you got the... it's strange, right?
It might be the Esmeralda. I might honestly... Do we think it's the Esmeralda, right? Like, that just feels like... she was kind of... Like, Matilda was kind of lackluster yesterday. Here comes... Yeah, I don't think the Hayabusa ban was solid there, man. Because now you just give up the joy and you lose your counter to it. You lose your answer to it. They should have just left both open.
Yeah, and now you're not even going to pick up the Suyo because the Suyo, after the recent patch, has increased, lesser magic defense, if that's the way to say it. So definitely more susceptible towards taking magic damage. So right now, Joy, yeah, it's... You feel it, right? You feel it.
You feel it, yes. Yeah, you feel it. You got to steal the Jawhead here, too. Yeah. I like this pick. I was just about to say, I'm like, yeah, Jawhead, I mean, at this, if you're not going to ban it, you take it. You have something at least here. Do you lock in the Harith here and not give it an ISO again? Just Jawhead, Harith, you're already low. You go for the Varza. I think it's comfortability, but I don't know if you needed to do it, especially...
It's starting to hurt.
It keeps getting worse. It hurts.
I
can feel the kicks. I can feel it.
What the? That's what they're gonna do because right now
kicks and gunshots, baby. Kicks and gunshots.
Because that's what it is. They did get the Jawhead. They went for the choke. That's the play for Area 77. You cannot ban both out. They like to play pickoff. They want to give Joybodge a better time in the roam positions because once Joybodge is free, the rest of Area 77 can play a free game. And now getting this Kimmy in the hands of ISO, we saw it yesterday. Zia got a Savage, Basic got a Maniac. I don't know what ISO can pull up with the way he's playing. Definitely not a triple kill, more than that for sure. But right now, Area 77, again, cooking with their draft. Slow cooking, but they're cooking well indeed. And Villanera, I'm not sure, man.
This what else do you do? What else do you do?
You go,
yeah, you go again, Alpha.
But you get countered by the Kimmy, though. So
yeah,
I think Hanzo was open. Hanzo is a good pick. Like, Hanzo's really good in the jungle right now, so Hanzo could have been a better option.
You get hunted, though, man. Even that, you get hunted by you get hunted by Bodge, you get hunted by the Joy. There's so many things that can just hunt your body down here. It's tough. It's like there's no cards that are playable right now. It's definitely tough.
Hey, but it's game 3, semifinals. You got your back against the wall. Like, go all in. Why not? You're not going to play this again. You're not going to play the series again. You're not going to play this match again. So might as well, shove everything that you got and be like, hey, dealer, I'm all in. That's what Villanera needs to do, but still playing it safe, going for what works. So
you're asking for a lot here.
Big pick, though. Yeah, it worked, but look at Jushin Big Man.
But still, like, play it safe,
Kind of. Like, that's what they're trying to do, right? Look at their draft. It's okay. They need to find a way to get a better goal laner, at least. But Joy is just going to eat everyone up.
Yeah, I mean, Harith is still on the field, right? There's still options on the field. It hasn't been banned out yet. The really tricky thing about Area 77's draft is, as we saw last time, this Cho is still flexible, man. They can still lock in whatever they want in EXP or whatever they want in jungle. They have so many options, and it makes Villanera's banning even harder, so they just decide to go into the mid lane, which I think is smart. Go on something that they're not just going to flex out.
Yeah, I think... See what I mean? What's going on? They call this Kimmy into the mid lane. They could have slaughtered the Harith for themselves. Villanera just going Megamind today. They're trying to grow that bit. They probably had a lot of Lion's Mane mushrooms.
They get first pick on red side. They could have they didn't have to ban it. If they want it, if they think it's a problem, you just pick it up. Even if you think the Kimmy's going mid lane, you still just pick the Harith, But they got something in there. They got something. They got something up their sleeve, man, you know?
I don't know, bro. The way it showed up, I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. They definitely have something up their sleeve. It could work out. I think I could see an Esmeralda coming through right now if you're a Villanera, especially given the fact that there's a Joy on the other side. Could be rocking that Blood Wings. You got the Cho, so you're gonna be given a hard time to the Cho. You can find a way to kind of lock down the Kimmy, although it's not the best option. So Badang being banned out, you got the Phobias taken off the table as well. Area 77, just overall well-rounded draft, good strategy so far in the first phase. I just hope Villanera give us that moment, you know, like, hey, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie, kind of moment. I mean, hopefully.
I do want to say this. With Villanera's first 3 picks, you lock in your trio mid immediately. It's an aggressive trio mid. Even back in M6, we saw the Jawhead Suyo, because back then Suyo was losing a lot to the Joy, but the Jawhead was a beautiful answer. It helped Suyo get some of those early kills. So Villanera can be hyper aggressive, which I was already said maybe slow it down a bit, but I think at this point with a trio like that, do what Area 77 did to you in game number 1, rotate a lot, look for pickoffs, and just try to snowball. I think with an aggressive mid trio like that, you have some opportunity.
Yeah, they definitely do have opportunity. It's just not as not an S tier opportunity compared to what it could be, right? It's not the best that's there for them, but they're making it work with what they have. But now on the other side, you can see Area 77, they get the Matilda. So the only way you can kind of stop the unstoppable force is if you go for the Circle Eagle yourself. So that's a nice way to counter it also if you're Area 77. And now you're really looking to get that Esmeralda. Yeah, Ureshi needs to pick up an Esmeralda. Otherwise, Villanera have to go for it. They go for a Lapu. Wait, is this is what Chicken asked for yesterday? Exactly. Gila's got to pick up the Esmeralda right here. It just counters about 4 picks right there coming in from Area 77. So Esmeralda, please.
Yeah, you gotta pick Esmeralda. Gila played well on it. It works well against the Lapu. It works well against so much that Area 77 has brought. But once again, Area 77's like, oh, you want to pick Farza, huh? You want to pick? We're gonna bring everything to just give Khan a hard time here.
Yeah, I think they're not letting Khan play as well. The first 2 games that we saw, it's got to be Esmeralda. It's a good pick towards the end. So Villanera's draft is looking good right now. So overall, they didn't botch it like game number 1 and 2. It works. This is a nice clean draft. We could see a really nice. We have a game on our hands for sure right now compared to game number 1 and 2. And I think Area 77, they definitely need to find the stops to make sure Villanera don't get that reverse sweep possibility in their hands, because Ureshi has a lot on his plate right now, especially going against Gila on this Esmeralda. But I think this is where Area 77's experience should start coming into play. Or could it be that new blood that's looking to make waves?
Yeah, I think if there was a chance for Villanera to really do something, this is the game to do it. I do like the draft. Even though we had a little bit of problems with the beginning, I think the aggressive trio combo could pull through. Jatizi needs to be careful if he can get online. Same thing with Gila. I think overall they found some decent counter picks and they have some chances here.
Smash them.
Yeah, well, they definitely have some chances here because it's going to be the final game, a possible final game. Match point in the hands of Area 77. Game number 3 in this best of 5. Who's it gonna take it? Will it be Area 77 or is that reverse sweep alive?
Yeah, so, I mean, what are we looking for here? Do you think I'm right? Do we think we see some aggressiveness from the side of Villanera in the early start? I know we're already seeing aggressiveness from Baj and Area 77 jumping into their jungle.
Yeah, they definitely need to play aggressive, but I think just not used to that part because you can see Joy Baj is just being aggressive on the Cho, and knowing that PDR doesn't have the ejector, he can do as he pleases.
Yeah, so he doesn't go for it, huh? Or no, he's got the opportunity. Joy Baj takes a lot of damage. Kohari able to get the Queller off, is able to go to safety though. Hunter able to keep him in an okay place, and that's a combo we're gonna have to watch out for because Baj is gonna be able to be even more aggressive knowing a Matilda is behind him.
Yeah, this Matilda in the mid lane, not something that we're used to seeing quite often, but it does work, has a lot of damage, goes to the focusing mark as well, so single target lockdown is going to be super crucial for Area 77, and knowing that Joy Baj has the ability to move around the map much faster, Hunter has the guiding wind, but Kohari...
Oh no. That's bad. Shiro with another first blood. I feel like he's gotten first blood all 3 games at this point.
Yeah. It's not. It's again. They need to find a way to make a comeback. Kohari by no means is he down and out, right? But a 1v1 against a Joy. This is the nerf that Suya was hit with, and it's affected his jungle capability quite hard, especially against Joy. So now Joy has an upper hand, but Villain Era could make some changes. Kohari still wants to go for it though.
Yeah, he should not be taking this fight at all. The damage comes in. Shiro picks up another one, capitalizes, looking for a second, but Yureshi, bravest fighters in, and now Shiro tries to get the final shot on Nagila. He just gets away, but there goes some gold plating, there goes some kills, there goes some money into the pockets of Area 77.
Yeah, they call him Kohari the Brave, all right, but that was not the moment to be brave. That was one of the moments where you got to be a coward, run away, and try to get your gold up and live to fight another day. Because right now, Area 77, already about 2K gold lead, and Joybot flickers!
With a big Way of the Dragon kick, able to bring Khan back. Yureshi able to get the kill with the bravest fighter once again. And ISO just chips away at that gold plating. It's 4-0 at under 3 minutes.
4-0 in under 3 minutes. Shades to last game, right? That's what it's looking like right now. And I think at this point, if you're Area 77, you're looking for a clean snowball. And if you're a Villain Era, you need to find a way to make that comeback. You need to find JoTZ to hit his power spike, clear out the waves from far, use the feather airstrike, make the most out of these spells, make the most out of the utility that you have in your hands. And right now, Joybot just looking to take away JoTZ, man.
Oh my God, man. You know, I'm looking at PDR on this Jawhead right now, and it's just, you know, it's not what we saw from Bosch, right? He's a little more passive on it, and now that you're 4 kills behind, you're even more passive on it, but Kohari does dive in, looks for the damage. PDR taking a lot to the face as ISO takes the kill every time Villain Era tries it. Area 77 stops it, and they're looking for another one. Con forced to use the wings by wings just to get away as the minions continue to encroach on that mid tower.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you got to be patient if you're a Villain Era, because patience is a weapon too at this point, because if they are able to wait it out, and if they're able to get the goal lead in their favor, if they're able to find the farm, they'll be doing something. But look at Joybot, though. Just bobbing and weaving.
He's dancing. He's giving the Choskin a good name for itself. PDR fends him away, but Area 77 is just having a good time right now, Kronos.
Yeah, Area 77 just having a great time today. But here, Way of the Dragon connects.
Ooh, unstoppable force does not help. JoTZ now on the run as well. Already used the BMI. JoTZ able to get away. Shiro looking for more, and Joybot doesn't fall with a sliver of health.
Yeah, I can see ISO right there waiting towards the BMI, just waiting there to make sure if JoTZ thinks about it, I'm right here to pick up the kill. And right now, 2-0-1 on a Kimmy. Built the Sky Piercer, has the Feather of Heaven, less than 5 minutes into the game. And this is looking dangerous. If I was Villain Era, I'd be looking to find a way to shut down ISO as fast as possible, let alone let Shiro loose. So right now, they're targeting Yureshi still.
Ooh. Ejector misses. Yureshi gets away to safety. Feathered Airstrike does come down. Can they get the final hit? Yureshi still able to bob and weave as well. Circling Eagle does come in, look for the knockup, a lot of damage, does not connect onto PDR, is able to dash away, but he still falls. Shiro, the electrifying beats, and then dashes away to safety. It's hit and run. It's guerrilla warfare for Area 77.
Yeah, I think at this point, Area 77 are just taking it one team fight at a time. They definitely have the advantage. They want to press it even further. 3K goal lead in their favor. Every time they pick a fight, they can afford to pick a fight. They have the advantage, and they're looking to cut it down from behind. They can Joybot, conceal.
Oh man, he is always there. In the combo with the bravest fighter. Once again, there is no escape from Baji Boy. Kohari the Brave unable to do a thing. Shots to the face. Retreat. ISO dives underneath the unstoppable force, but ISO brought back to safety by the guiding wind. Hunter replaces him, and now they're still bringing damage onto this tower.
Talk about highlight plays the entire time at Clippers. For you guys out there, if you wanted to put something up for later, that is 1 minute that you could get your money's worth out of, because that was brilliant from Joybot. Conceal in the backside, and again on towards PDR.
The kicks just don't stop, Kronos. It feels like Bosch is always there. He's always watching. You're never safe. JoTZ does get a kill on ISO solo, but he's going to pay for that one.
Yeah, he definitely did, but I think he got the kill, so that's a good shutdown on his side. He's been taken out twice. but it's some gold in their pocket. Any money in their pocket right now is good money because they're definitely being started out of their own jungle, and Gila's going to be the next target.
Falling Star Moon does come down. He is still safe. PDR gets a little bit involved here. You know, Villanera, they want to be an aggressive team, right? They want to be a team like Area 77, but you're going up against a team that has mastered this craft. That, I mean, this is Area 77's identity, and they're showing Villanera that we just do it better right now.
Yeah, it's just men versus boys at this point, right, if you ask me, because Area 77 just showing that they've done this before quite a lot. Kohari able to get the invade in, but you can see Con 6, even though after using the feathered airstrike, Area 77 still get that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. So definitely men versus boys here right now.
We'll see how it goes. Villanera, what do they do here, right? It's only 7.5 minutes in. They do still have inhibitors up. This is the last turtle. Does Villanera just continue to slow play this and look for the late game?
Oh no, Joy Bodge. You can see right now goes for the way of the dragon.
Gila's tanky though. Gila's tanky. It's not the one you want to kick. Bodge, I mean, who he needs to be looking for is Khan. He needs to be looking for Kohari. He needs to be looking for Jot. Speaking of Jot, in a bad spot under the tower, bursts it down. Shiro able to get the monster kill. They lock on to Kohari immediately, along with Khan. Has to stop the feathered airstrike as ISO just kites away, just takes him out, and now Joyboss still aggressive under the tower. They are relentless.
The comms coming in from Area 77 is so clean, right? So clean. Joy Bodge went in, Jeet Kundo right on top of Jot TZ. And even though he didn't have the way of the dragon, he just waited for the right time. And no Purify was popped, but they got the kill in. Oh my god.
Okay. They get something. They get ISO. Those are the plays that Villanera needs to look for. Let Area 77 get over aggressive because you know that's what they're going to do. They're flexing on Villanera right now.
Yeah, they're flexing indeed, man. Like somebody called them Giga Chads. I mean, definitely not in the game so far. Area 77 conceal play. Joybot's looking for another. Oh, not yet.
He's TikToking. He's looking for the clips, baby. He's looking for the clips. PDR gets kicked to the face, brought back to the team. Guiding wind, circling eagle. Shiro gets the kill. And now Area 77 continues to take towers as Villanera is just pushed against the ropes.
Yeah, I don't know. At this point, there's backed into a corner. Joy Bodge is just going in, going out, just flexing the capabilities of this Cho. At this point, he's just standing there menacingly, and Villanera can't really do anything about it.
It's not a worry in the world right now. Shiro under the tower. Blazing Duet does come out.
Oh my god.
Shiro takes some damage, maybe in a bad spot, needs to back off. But see, if like PDR was there at that time, he could have maybe got the ejector. And Villanera just needs to hang back. Let Area 77 come to you because that is your only opportunity. You cannot be the one to throw the first punch here. Urashi with the bravest fighter gets some damage onto PDR. PDR in a bad spot. ISO able to get the kill. Back in the mid tower, still damage coming in. Villanera just trying to defend.
Gila.
The stun almost locks on to Gila.
Oh, Shiro.
A lot of damage. Shiro! Finds Comb, unable to get the kill, and now Shiro just gets away. Villanera never able to secure anything right now.
Hey, it's been a blitz show so far. It's less than 10 minutes in, only 10 minutes right now. Talk about a bullet train going through, and I think Villanera can't see it coming.
Ooh, Urashi does get stopped on the stun there. ISO continues to chip away at health bars. That's his job. His positioning has been great. He's 4, 2, and 3. But that airstrike does come down. Kohari with the Queller looking for the shot onto ISO. But the guiding wind takes them to safety once again.
Yeah, and the way Area 77 gave shoutouts to all the people that they did yesterday feels like they're late for a date right now.
Yeah, late for a date, late for the grand finals. They're trying to make it. PDR goes down. ISO locks on to the next one. Urashi takes it all. And all while this is happening, Shiro's taking the Lord for free. Jatizi pushed back to base for health. Pushed back to base for safety. As Area 77 wants to close this out, it's match point. Minions on the base. Who needs a Lord when we got a team ready to take it all? They're looking for the grand finals. They're looking for the slot as they dance around. They got to wait for this. Oh my god, ISO with the disrespect. ISO just pushing them in the face right now.
Yeah, this is just a one-way train. Just the steamroll coming through. But here, Gila gets a shutdown, but I think just delaying the inevitable.
Joybaj also in trouble. PDR looking for the 1v1. Mortality does pop. The Lord is on the base. Joybaj is keeping PDR away, pushing him back, gets the way of the dragon. Where's the base? Where's the Lord? Is the game ending right now? Who knows? ISO takes PDR as Villanera continues to defend with everything they can. It's all on the line right now. Kohari brought down, taken out with an airstrike back on the map. It's a lot of damage. Jatizi looking at the play, able to dash back, BMI away. Gila now looking for Ureshi, getting some nice damage onto him. Villanera still hangs on. They still survive.
Yeah, I think on this point, Area 77 looked like just a kid who got a new toy, just wanted to play around a little bit longer, and then found out it's too little too late. And right now, they give Villanera another chance, some breathing room for Villanera, so it's not over until it's over. So, of course, everyone thought it's done. But looks like Villanera are fighting and do not want to go down without a fight. So right now, they have the opportunity, they have time, and I think time is their best friend right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Area 77 is completely, you know, they just think that Villanera is nothing in their path right now. The way ISO was in their face, and once again, man, Villanera has to show up on that. They have to find that moment that Area 77 is too aggressive.
Oh,
Shiro
no.
taking a lot of damage. Could this be one of those moments? They're unable to get the kill, unable to pack him up and send him home. And now Area 77 is finding the response with a big wave. The Dragon onto Kohari. Fifth airstrike does come down. Gila still holding the front line as Joybaj looks for another kick, looks for another knockup, finds two. Ejector falls back, brings his own to safety, but Jatizi with the blazing dew. Wet BMI's back, but Shiro's waiting for him at the mirror image, waiting for him for his destiny. Gila trying to go trying to go insane, trying to defend as Villanera does everything they can to hang on to this slot right now. ISO, Ureshi finds the kill. ISO finds another, and that's it. Team wipe. Area 77 secures the slot in the NACT Grand Finals.
Hey, a ticket to the Grand Finals is what was up for grabs, and Area 77 just booked it for themselves. As you can see, the cams, they throw hearts out to their fans. And right now, definitely a strong team with the display that they put ahead for us. Oh my goodness, yesterday a 2-0, today a 3-0, 2 sweeps. I think the Grand Finals is just around the corner, and they got their eye on the prize, a ticket to the EWC. Area 77 showing up strong.
Going up real strong, looking comfortable, looking good. Maybe you could say they had an easy bracket. Who cares? Because right now they have dominated. They have been the one to stop any of these newcomers from making it to that grand final slot. And whether you doubt it, Joybaj and ISO once again are looking at a possible ticket to an international.
That would be nice, right? It would be nice for them to get there. They want to see themselves there on the big stage one more time. But with this game, 26-8, Villanera did show up. It just felt like they weren't themselves. They didn't have the confidence that they needed. At least they didn't look like the Villanera from yesterday. And right now, with the way that things went out, you could say 60% of the game is always the draft. That's what I like to say. People say 50-50. I think it's a 60-40. If the draft is in your favor, you definitely have the advantage going in. So, but for the 3 games that they played in the semifinals, just feels like the draft just wasn't in their favor. So they were already on the back foot from the start of the game, and then giving away first blood 3 times in a row, just not working out to their favor. You can see the damage dealt. Shiro was just an absolute monster on this Joy. There was a slight sliver of hope towards the end game where it could have been Shiro taken down, and if that happened, that could have flipped the script completely, right, for Villanera. But he's just so smooth, just slippery, just makes it out, and then next thing you know, they go for a re-engage in Area 77. Just find the opening and just take it.
Yeah, and you know, that comes down to just the fact that Villanera always lost that early game, man. Because if they had a little bit more damage, they had one more item, they would have got that kill onto Shiro, right? They would have had the opportunity. Villanera, though, man, they did well. They made it a long way. They made it a lot farther than a lot of new teams in the NACT have ever done. This is their first time showing up in top 8, and they make it to top 4. With that, unable to take out the veterans Area 77, unable to really match up against such a strong team. Now let's take a look at these replays and see exactly what went wrong.
Yeah, I think you could see, right? What went wrong was that first initiation coming through. You let that Joy, you let Shiro loose. You gotta have PDR just panning over him the entire time, and that just became a problem. And after that, you let Joy Bodge loose, because now PDR's job is a lot more than what he signed up for. And then after a while, PDR just says, hey, I can't do this. This is not a part of my job description. And all of a sudden, Villanera just on the back foot, and ISO was just free hitting from behind with this Kimmy. And at that point, who could really stop Kimmy? Because PDR had a lot on his plate. He has to stop the Joy. He's got to keep a track of Joy Bodge. He needs to lock down ISO. It's just way too much, and I think just having too much on your plate just worked. It was just hard for him to do anything at that point.
Look at the disrespect from ISO in that last play, man. I mean, they tried. They did everything they could. But, I mean, in all honesty, like Area 77, they were playing here, man. They were being extremely aggressive, trying to close this out as fast as possible. I don't even think this is Area 77's full 100% right here, right? This is them, in all honesty, you know, showing off a little bit. So I'm excited to see how they do in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm excited too, because definitely in this best of 5, if they went 3-0, it's something that they definitely practice and they know how to work it out. Because towards the end, I don't think in game number 2 and game number 3, those were drafts that they came up with on the spot. They wanted to see what could work, because in the second game they went for the Carmilla in the last bit to counter the chip. In the third game they went for the Lapu Lapu to get that bravest fighter to counter the Jawhead as well. So that's something that they probably didn't practice quite a lot, but I think with having the time right now to see who's going to be our grand final opponent after the second match, and then also doing the homework yourself, it's going to be real difficult. But I think before that, guesses on the MVP tracks before the graphic comes up. You gotta let me know. Who do you think the MVP is?
I'll actually know whose guess I really want. I want Liz's guest, our wonderful, beautiful host. I think she's going to be joining us here in a second. Liz, how do you feel about the games?
I mean, it was a sweep. We have been seeing sweeps for the past day, but it does show that Area 77 came in strong. They're confident, they're happy, and if there's one member that I cannot keep my eyes off of is Joy Bodge. I think he made some critical plays. Yesterday, he was left out of the MVP, but we were talking about him, and I wonder today if he is indeed the MVP.
Yeah, Joy Bodge. I think Joy Bodge could definitely earn it, but instead it's Shiro. Shiro also, man. Game 1, game 2, the guy was a monster. The Hayabusa to the Joy. I mean, really just showed up today, Kronos.
Yeah, I think it's the consistency that he had, right? He's been consistent throughout all the games. And even though Joy Bodge had those TikTok moments, those plays, those flashy plays, but being consistent is key on its own. So I think Shiro being consistent throughout the entire time, throughout the entire series, just goes to show he deserves the MVP. 9-5 KDA, 54% kill participation. And I think having a 776 gold per minute, that's a little above average as well. So good play from Shiro, and I think he definitely has his eye on the prize for tomorrow.
Eye on the price, it is. I mean, our casters' predictions have been pretty good. I would say we are above 50%. Everyone besides Trex. How do you feel, Trex, with supporting the underdogs? What do you feel about the match?
Hold on, I'm tied with Kronos right now. Kronos had a wrong pick yesterday too, so I just wanted to make sure me and him come out of this on the same playing field. I appreciate your worry, Liz, but I'll be okay.
Wow.
Kronos, because Kronos was talking about it with among the casters that he actually supported for Eagle, but indeed you guys are not looking so great on the predictions. But before that, we will be having an interview with ISO from the team.
Hello.
What's up, ISO? Congratulations on that sweep.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you guys feeling after that matchup? Confident?
I'm sorry?
How are you guys feeling after that dominating performance?
Yeah, we're happy, and you know, we gotta stay focused for tomorrow.
And how have you guys been preparing yourselves throughout the boot camps? What is your practice schedule? What have you guys been doing?
We've been watching our enemies draft and basically just doing our homework against our opponents. That's pretty much it. And play some ranks.
So yeah. So when you were doing your homework against Villanera, what were some things that you guys noticed about what they do, and then you had to adjust your draft and whatnot for them?
We noticed PDR is a Gatot main, so we just banned it. And yeah,
We just Farsa.
we just know that we can beat them, especially Hunter.
Wow, Hunter showing up. And we noticed that the last game we actually saw a Lapu. So Chicken yesterday talked about he doesn't like the XP lane tank meta right now, and he'd rather play Lapu. You guys actually pulled out the Lapu. What was the decision behind that?
I actually requested that to Yoreshi. Kind of just play for fun. Yeah, that's pretty
You're
much
so
it.
confident that you can just play for fun.
Basically.
Yeah, so a dominating performance, and tomorrow it's going to be the grand finals. You guys are the first team to secure the grand final spot, and with the matchup coming up, BTK versus Vendetta, there's ex-teammates on both teams for you guys, for you and Joybot especially. Who would you rather go up against?
I want to meet my my ex members, Yato and T, but I don't know. We'll see. I think BTK will win. But I'll support my.
And your team. You're gonna support your teammates. Fair. That's fair. I think both teams are looking very strong. Best of luck to you guys. Any shout outs today for anyone else out there?
Yeah, sure. Shout out to our manager, Trisha and Jenny, and shout out to my mom. Happy Mother's Day. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Oh yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Thank you.
Shout out to my mom too. Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, shout out to everyone out there, bro.
Her name is Ever.
Yeah.
Shout out to my brother.
All right.
Brothers.
Shout out to Isol's brother on Mother's Day. Thank you guys for joining us. Best of luck tomorrow. You guys showed up today, and you're gonna continue showing up tomorrow.
Thank you, Liz.
Happy Mother's Day out there, guys.
Every
Mother's Day,
NACT
indeed.
Grand Finals is on Mother's Day. It's so great.
Every time?
For the past couple of years, yeah, I feel like every spring season is on Mother's Day Grand Finals.
Hey, well, you're just happy you
pretty
don't got to go to work, Rex.
Boy, Zane would always get the buff last time, you know? He would always get the big buff. His mom would be in the crowd and everything watching the game.
Yeah, it's always a wholesome moment for the spring grand finals, where it's always on Mother's Day. Last year we had an interview with the MOBA mom, and this year we get to see some shout outs to the mothers out there. So happy Mother's Day, everyone. That was an incredible performance coming in from Area 77. Next up is going to be the match of the day, BTK versus Vendetta. I still kind of tossed at it. There's teammates for him on both teams. They're cheering for O teammates Yato and T coming in from Vendetta, but they're going to be up against BTK. The Kings are looking stronger than ever in their boot camps preparing. So we'll see what's going to happen as we take a short break.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
I was built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on the gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna end.
I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic with this logic, you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic. Go!
To last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to be.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
We are back, everyone. This is the semifinals for the NACT 2025 Spring, and we are here at the match, the long-anticipated matchup between BTK versus Vendetta. And I see our casters throwing it back to yesterday. What are you guys feeling for this matchup?
Match of the night. Best of 5. A former squad against the current reigning champions. I think all over the world, it's not just us, especially me. I'm excited for this. And I think everybody else is excited for sure. So BTK versus Vendetta. Are Vendetta gonna get their Vendetta? We won't really know.
Yeah, I think it's going to be... I have confidence it'll be an exciting match. At least 4 games, possibly go the distance. You've got champions on both sides. You've got gold medalists on both sides. You've got guys who have been on the world stage. This is a grand finals type of match right here. BTK versus Vendetta.
Yeah, we're hoping to not see any more zeros on that map, but up in this morning we saw Villanera versus Area 77, where it was a clean sweep coming in from the aliens, and up next is BTK versus Vendetta, and we're hoping to see the match go the distance.
You know what? While the match goes the distance, I was just thinking about what Trex told me before we got in today's match and stream, right? I asked him what his prediction's gonna be. He told me the same thing yesterday, and I know it's gonna come up later, but I just thought I'll say this. He's probably gonna be the only one who has a different prediction compared to everybody else. Because if you take a look, everybody sent their predictions in the group chat, right? He's the only one who didn't send it there. So I'm just like, just the fear coming back alive. Just want to say that.
All the casters, anyone who's been in NACT, the casters know that sometimes I send my predictions privately. You know, me and Dave just have a connection like that. I just like to send. You know, it's Liz. Don't we got a roster or something to look at?
Oh my, I'm spelling something fishy, but let's toss it into the rosters for this matchup. First up, for the Kings, we have Fried Chicken on the XP lane, Best Player in the jungle, Hoon on the mid lane, Shark in Rome, and Zia on the gold lane, the Savage Seeker.
Yeah, he definitely got that savage shit last night, and I think he's going to be looking for another one today. And Hoon doesn't seem as excited as he was yesterday. He's got his arms folded, ready to rock and roll. He looks locked in right now, and I think BTK locked in to get towards that grand final slot. At least that's what the prediction is going to be overall. And but I feel like the other team definitely going to come up and show up as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see BTK play once again. I think a lot of our worries were how is best player going to do on the team? You know, is he going to be able to show up? And he definitely showed up. We saw him on the high boost yesterday. Not only that, Zia was able to get aggressive. The whole team just looked clean.
Yeah, looks clean. What I was looking is this pictures. The production definitely upped their game today. No more 200p pictures for Vendetta. We have Merciless on the XP lane, Kush on the jungle, Yato in mid lane, T on Roam, and Melon on the gold lane.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to Vendetta, right, we're looking at laning matchups because we know for a fact that BTK have a great team overall, but I think Vendetta, you can't count them out, especially looking at Melon. He was the rookie of the season last year, if I'm not wrong, right now, trying to claim that top spot in the gold lane as well, trying to duke it out against Zia, and then you have T in the roam position. He's got that pocket pick Franco that could surprise BTK at any given point, and then of course you got Kush. He's been consistent overall and throughout. Never really made the argument to try and take first place in terms of being the best jungler out there, but now that top spot seems to be open, right, Trex?
Yeah, I think there's some importance of looking at some of these players because you look at Yato, you look at T, they're guys that started off as like the faces of Area 77, then moved over to BTK, played on Area 77 again for a little bit, and then eventually branched off, formed this team Vendetta that we saw last season, and they're hungry, man. These guys have wanted that international slot, and I mean, what other team to be in your way than BTK, than essentially the faces of North America? So it's a big day for them. It's going to be a hard road, these 5 games, and the questions of all of our mind is, you know, can they pull it off?
Yeah, the pressures are on both teams, and let's see what our casters predicted to this game. Let's see what Trex is secretly cooking here. Now, it does seem like Trex is voting for the underdogs. I will go first with my predictions here for BTK. I don't want to doubt the bootcamp synergy. We saw how strong the bootcamp makes a team, a strong team already. And for the Kings, you just don't doubt them with that. But Trex, it looks like you are Mr. Fear today.
No, Kronos can go first. He's 1, 2, 3. You know, Kronos, tell us about your prediction.
This guy, he's just waiting it out. But I mean, BTK, because they're veterans, of course, in the scene, and they've done it all. They've been in the biggest of biggest stages, and including third place MSC. I mean, M3, sorry. And then you definitely had a lot more to play. Chicken's been rocking it in the EXP lane, probably the most flexible player in all of NA. And if you ask me, probably, arguably the best player in NA when it comes to competitive as well. And you have Hoon, who's been in the mid lane. He's kind of like a general. He's willing to take a back seat, as we've seen so far in the games that happened yesterday and in the qualifiers as well. He's ready to take a back seat to try and play some of those support kind of mages rather than being the one to carry the team on his back. And then you have best player added to the mix, and Moba Zane's a sub as well. So they have the winning formula. You have Shark in your team, and I think you don't really bet against Shark, right? And then you have Zia that just proven his doubters wrong, and then he's showing up, popped the Savage yesterday as well. So it just overall looks like a strong team, and by no means are Vendetta a week or so. It's just, I just think it's just different levels to this game right now.
Yeah, for me, you know, we've seen that BTK logo under my name plenty of times, hundreds of times. And today, it's Yato T, man. It's T season. It's Yato season. I just want to see them boys do something big. I've seen BTK do it 100 times. I think there would be some real excitement if Vendetta could turn the tables here. I do think BTK is the favorite, yes. But today, I think the support is going into the boys right now, into the kids right now to show up.
Yeah, Trex is brewing some tea and pulling out the UA card. But before that, we have a giveaway for our audience watching at home. Hope you got your phones out, your popcorns ready. Scan this code for your chance to win 30 permanent skins. First come, first serve. Be one of the first 30 or 29 if we see another snap from Kronos.
Hey, don't call me out like that. I'm not gonna do it again. Because I mean the code is big. I'll read it out again. 6DY94P7K7UT2237G3. For those who didn't want to read the screen and had their phones ready, and just want to type in that code, that's the code. So you might get yourself some skins. I'll be honest, it works. I know everyone says in the chat that hey, this usually doesn't work, but this works, folks. I tried it. It's done. It works. So you get.
He was our guinea pig.
It's tested. Yeah, I tested. I tried it because usually, even while as a caster, most of the time it's like this usually doesn't work. I usually get magic dust and stuff out of this, but hey, it worked. You can get a skin out of it. So what are you waiting for? Just it's a free skin. Grab it. You probably get an MPL skin. You can see the options that's there. So of course, if you ask me, I'll probably be looking to take that Crescent Scimitar. Isn't that a Khalid skin?
Oh. There's a skin called the Badass Roller. I didn't even know that.
Box, yeah.
Hell yeah. I didn't know we were allowed to say that in Mobile Legends. The Badass Roller. I'm going to use it. I'm going to say it as many times as I can. It's the name of the skin. I finally get to do it.
Trent's want to get himself some Badass Rollers for the next matchup. A very exciting matchup coming out. Hope you guys are ready. Casters, take us into the series.
All right, jumping into the first draft here. BTK up against Vendetta Kronos. Now, when you talked about the rosters, you talked about the laning phase. You talked about, well, lane matchups at least. And I think one of my big focus points here is Melon versus Zia. Zia's been a star of NA. He's climbed his way to the top to prove that he is one of the most dominant gold laners we have seen in the NACT, in the NA scene. And Melon has been this rookie who last season started off on the bench for Vendetta. About halfway through season, came in and just shook the scene. And now he's continuing to dominate. He didn't get a Savage yesterday, but he got a Maniac. And I think if there's anyone he needs to take down to prove his place, it is going to have to be Zia.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Zia's tournament, right? This feels like it's his time right now. He's the main character. Everyone else is side character at this point. And for BTK, we know he was a part of BTK when they went for the M3, and you know the story as well. You were a part of the whole thing. He wasn't really the main guy that got BTK to that point, and then still showed up in the global stage, and then not in the lane that he prefers. And then they come back, there's a lot of drama going around, swaps it, and then all of a sudden makes his way back, and now ready to prove his point. And they better watch out for him, because Vendetta really need to show some respect towards Zia's gold lane over here. Matilda being banned out. Again, it's that first, it's a blue side. It's not something we're used to seeing. Seems like definitely strategies have changed. Fovia's taken off the table as well, and the rest is right there.
Yeah, definitely very, different. Both drafts from last series, there are some change-ups, right? The Jushin and the Joy are not making it through. We saw Jushin almost every game in the last series. This time, Vendetta doesn't want to give that into the hands of Hoon. He was a star with it last time. So we're looking at junglers. We're looking at opportunity here. The Luke is still open. The Suyo still open. The Hayabusa still open as well.
Yeah, Hayabusa. I think that's got to be the ban. Because usually best player is known for his assassins, right? And I've been watching best player since M1 days, since I was a fan. So right now he gets a chance to prove himself. Of course, right now that's the star squad, right? That's the so-called what do you call that? Is that I forgot the word. What do you call that? That MVP star lineup squad? Like all-star squad. That's the all-star squad of NA, right? At the moment. But you can see, although that comes through, before we move on, the bands Jawhead, Gatot. You liking it?
Yeah, I mean the Gatot maybe questionable, but I mean you never really count out BTK. Vendetta, I think since the Hayabusa wasn't taken away first, it's a great pickup. You pull it away from best player, and not only that, but you take this Kimmy that Zia got the Savage on yesterday. So far, Vendetta looking comfortable, looking like they got exactly what they wanted in the first phase of this draft. BTK now forced to answer back. We've seen how Suyo's had a little bit of trouble against the Hayabusa. We've seen how some of those things have had a little bit of trouble overall. So do you go for it?
Yeah, and not only did they pick up the Kimi, they even deny the Hayabusa, right? So best player right now doesn't get the Hayabusa, Zia doesn't get the Kimi, but I mean, they have a plethora of heroes to choose from. They go for the first pick Gatot, so it definitely works here. They could still go for the Harith in the gold lane. The Granger is still a good option. But they still lock in the Suyo, probably the best jungler right now, apart from that. And they get the Selena. So again, Hoon's going to be rocking that Selena.
Yeah, we saw yesterday. He was able to not be, you said it great. He wasn't as aggressive with it. It was more support. He always hung out in the back line, but it created this big barrier. It made the members of the enemy team not want to try to dive in, not want to try to get aggressive, because Hoon was always there to just put out the stiff arm, put out the Abyssal Arrow, and stop them in their tracks. Now, Vendetta got to finish out their first phase. What do we think's coming in?
It's got to be a pickoff, right? They could go for a Cho if Tia at all plays it. He could even go for the Franco, but I don't think Franco here is good against the Selena. You're really shooting yourself in the foot right there if you go for it. EXP lane could be a good option. Yeah, they lock in the flex, right? The Badang's a really good pick, especially you don't want the Selena to dive in with that Garot. And also you get to have a lot more capability to make plays in these neutral objectives.
And we saw the Badang one time yesterday from Team Ego. Vendetta actually beat it. It did look good, like there was some opportunity there, but Vendetta was just a little too far ahead for Team Ego to really capitalize on it. So excited to see how Merciless uses it. Could be a way to kind of sneak into that back line, sneak in, if you can find those flanks, find those angles, and you're able to catch Hoon, it could create the opening for the rest of the team to engage.
Yeah, I think that's what they're relying on as well. At least having more than one options to make a play, because you don't want only Shark to be the one that create the play. You don't want Chicken the only one to make the play. You also have Hoon who can provide that off of an Abyssal Arrow, and with that long stun, it could feel like forever if there's a chain CC coming through as well. So it's good that they take out the Tigreal, because you prevent that opportunity being taken away from you, because you want to dive in, because with the fact that BTK have a Suyo, they have a Selena, they have a Gatot Kacha, they definitely want to dive in towards the opposition. So it works in the favor of Melon, who's playing this Kimi, but also just taking away heroes that could be a problem, like the Tigreal itself is a good ban. So they're definitely having a good drafting phase. It looks better than the first series, right? The draft at least.
And then Vendetta also taking out the Hilda's clean, right? We saw Chicken use it yesterday twice in both games. And when you have something like a Hayabusa on the field, you have that assassin jungle, you don't want a Hilda running down on you here and there when you're trying to go get your purple buff. You don't want to be harassed by that Hilda. So covering their bases, well thought out, methodical on this draft. And since they've already picked up the Kimi, you now take out this Harith, Zia. The options are dwindling in the gold lane.
Yeah, the gold lane is looking a little bleak right now. You got the Granger, you got the Irithel. The Beatrix is a great option as well. You have the Natan that's been buffed recently or had slight rework. And then you have the Clint. And to be honest, I think... Yeah, Clint is... Well, he's super strong at the moment. Okay. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised I haven't seen a Clint so far. Only thing is his mobility is in question, right? Yeah. That's the only thing. So that I could say, like, Clint's not going to be a great option right here against Hayabusa. So probably looking to go down a Granger, maybe a Harith. I mean, no, sorry, Harith's already Granger, maybe a Beatrix. But so far, the Farsa is a really great ban.
And then we get the clutch Yato pick, the Valentino. We saw him play yesterday a bunch. It's comfortable. It's easy. You get to steal the AOG as well. You get to have something to kind of fight back against the heavy crowd control of BTK. There's your Beatrix pick, not to mention stacked up with the Kalea.
Yeah, that's instant burst, right? It's a good combo that comes through. You can go for the pickoff. You have the Nibiru's Passion. You have Bennett's Rage. I've seen it played in the China Invitational as well, where they went for the Tsunami Slam, and then you just go with the Bennett's Rage, so and then instant burst right there. So there's definitely a playmaking opportunity. Also there with the Abyssal Arrow that could come through from Hoon. And then, of course, they're looking good in these big team fights, right? Especially the Lord, the Turtles, level 4, BTK, super strong. What do Vendetta do to close it out?
I mean, we're looking for a roamer, right? They take up the Hylos. They take up something simple here, something tanky, something that can withstand. When Suyo wants to try to dive in, you get that stun. You get some heal for Merciless on this Badang. I think it's a safe pick, the Hylos, right? It's nothing too crazy. You're not going to ever overextend exactly. It's something solid since they already have the damage. They already have the Kimmy who can kind of just hang out in the backside. You want something that can just stand in that front line as long as possible while your back end just fires away.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan for Vendetta, especially with Melon versus Zia. Going to be the I think that's going to be the highlight for this entire match, right? It's got to be that Beatrix versus the Kimmy.
Yeah, and the great thing about it, too, is Zia also gets some comfort here. Like, Zia's no slouch on the Beatrix. We've seen him steal Lords with the Sniper. We've seen him do some insane thing. I think my big worry for him is going to be this Hayabusa, is going to be this Badang. You know, things that can really give him a hard time. I'm guessing he's going to take Flicker here just to try to escape. Maybe go for the Purify, but most likely Flicker.
Yeah, it is going to be either or, but before we get into that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, North America Challenger Tournament, second semifinal of the night, best of 5. The match to watch out for, BTK versus Vendetta. Who's going to come out on top? It is only game number 1 in a best of 5 series.
Yeah, super excited for it. I'm wondering exactly who's going to play the aggressive foot. Yesterday, BTK versus the Valley, they were popping off immediately, both teams, but with so much on the line here, it could be a slightly slower game. I want to take a look at it. Zia does go for the Flicker there, so we get some movement. Yato already getting pushed back.
Yeah, he's already taken down below half HP, right? And that's the power of the early game of the Selena. Has those Abyssal Arrows almost connecting on towards T right there as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, talking about early game, late game, where are these spikes happening? We know that Melon won't really come online until about third turtle or so, to whereas Zia could maybe make some plays happen. Hoon with the stuns, with the play potential that BTK has, they can look for some early game pickoffs here. One bad stun, one bad Tsunami Slam from Shark could definitely set them on a steamroll effect here.
Yeah, definitely could be going either way, though, as well. If Kush gets those pickoffs early on, it could be a disastrous for BTK. And on the Hayabusa, that's what he's looking to do, because you can see right now, best player goes on towards, has the Soul Sever as well. Instant first, the Blood takes down Kush, and BTK have advantage straight away.
Yeah, that's a rough start right there. Losing your jungler 13 seconds before Turtle pops up. He does have level 4 at least. Maybe they still try to fight this out. But once again, another pick-off. Best player gets the kill on the T.
Yeah, that's looking rough right now. BTK maximizing the utility of the Selena, being as aggressive as possible, but you can see that best player 1 has his eye on the prize, goes for the neutral objective, and just racking up the gold, making it rain money on the side of BTK.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a 1,000 gold lead, first 2 minutes. BTK had a good start. We definitely can't count Vendetta out just yet in game 1. They have, like I said, they have a great mid-game spike. Even the Valentina's going to start dishing out some damage. Now that you got the level 4, if you can get that AOG, there is some opportunity, but another stun!
Yeah, you get the Tsunami Slam coming through as well, but at the same time, fist crack combo, and T gets taken down, and right now you see Yato as well has the Purify, doesn't use it just yet, but it is looking good for BTK and their fans as Chicken trying to go on towards Merciless. Best player 1 along with the Gato going for the invade. Kush can't really do anything at this point with BTK. Shark gonna be there as well. 4-man rotation just to take away Kush's buff.
It feels like BTK just has their cards read right now, man. They're hunkering down on that mid side. They know that Yato and T are kind of hanging out there to clear the wave, and they're just waiting for the moment. There's no rotations.
Yeah, no rotations. T is going to be the target. It's 0-3-0 on a Hylos. Yes, Hylos is good. He's tanky on the front line as well, but if he's not able to get his items, what's he going to do?
And look at Melon, man. They're hunting for him. They thought he was hanging out of that mid bush. He was able to get some damage on Zia, though.
He flickers out, and right now you can see Yato coming through as well. Shark is there. They take away that Tsunami Slam. Yato looking to make a play. Just not there yet.
Yeah, luckily the damage dealers on the side of Vendetta have not gone down, but looking at the kills, best players 3-0-1. Suyo 3-0-1 is not what you want to see 4 minutes into the game. This is a dangerous man walking right now.
Yeah, you can see this already level 7 as Merciless gets his hands on the Thunderbelt, and Hoon, Shark, and best player along with Chicken, you can see they're dominating the river.
Yeah, I mean, This is, at this point, Vendetta's got to back off. They got to be careful. BloodThirstyKings are just hanging out in these bushes, waiting for them to walk by. Vendetta at this point can't even take the river completely. They have to take the long route around the back, but we're coming into second turtle, and VTA wants to fight for it.
Yeah, BloodThirstyKings are out for blood indeed, because you can see right now they can make the play. Shark already drops it down. He wants to go for the title strike. He gets the Tsunami Slam as well. AOG come through from Shark. Catches T, but right now the retribution in the hands of Kush. But meanwhile on the back line, Merciless tries to catch them as the best player goes down. He gets shut down finally as they trade 1-for-1, but a double kill in the hands of Melon. Now he's looking for more. Zia's the one to get caught out as he gets himself a triple kill, and this Kimmy's definitely online.
Melon showed up, Melon pulled up, Melon did what he needed to do, all for the price of Merciless, a turtle, a chicken, a Zia, and a best player. It's a good trade up for Vendetta.
Looks like that's a grocery list. He just went out shopping, got himself some turtle, got himself some chicken. And now with Melon, though, you can see the items as well. Got himself a concentrated energy, and I think 2 build paths as well, right, Trex? You've seen the concentrated energy picked up by others, and we've seen Zia go for the feather and the Sky Piercer first. So I don't know, like it's 2 different kinds of builds.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, and we saw this. I don't think Zia went straight Sky Piercer the other day either when he took the Kimmy. It was like his 3rd or 4th item a little bit later, and we've seen some of the players that have gone for first item Sky Piercer fall a little bit short. So I think this is a safer route for Melon, but look at the pickoff possibly on the top side. Vendetta finally kind of getting into their groove.
Yeah, they went for the conceal play as well, but right now they don't see Chicken right there. He can make the play once more as he has the AOG online as well. Looking for the taunt on towards Merciless. Gets the pushback, but seems like they just want to disengage.
You know, even though Merciless died at that last turtle, I feel like he did his job well. He's able to keep the rest of the team back to make sure Vendetta secures the turtle. And that pushback that he has is going to be real helpful going against best player in these fights. It's going to be real helpful going against Shark in these fights. It's going to be able to kind of create some distance so that Vendetta can play it out. So BTK, now that early game aggression is slowing down, they need to find some answers.
Tsunami Slam comes through with the Banish Rage as well. Instantly they get a kill, and now they go for the second. Yato made his own play using the IMU, but didn't work out. Hoon gets himself the Abyssal Arrow. Mel is the target, looking to get out of harm's way, and I think BTK got what they came for. Eye on the neutral objective next.
Do we think the Tsunami Slam is the good steal for Yato? It looks really cool. Yes, it's fancy because you get to dash in, then pop the Tsunami Slam to get the extra dash. But also, you're so squishy that when you go that deep, Yato's just getting melted down, and that's about all he can do when he needs to be the damage dealer.
Yeah, I think that's the decision that they got to make, right? They have the choice. I think the choice is definitely going to make the play, make or break the game as well, because a hero like Valentina has the option, but right now they go on towards and pop the Purify as well, try to survive. Good Terrify coming through, and they target down Shark while Kush is trying to clear the wave. As you can see, goes in for the quad chat. Ogi Shadow Kill on top of Zia. He's taking out low, but he still survives as BTK Zia lives to see another day.
They're looking for Melon, chunking out some damage as well. We got us a game, boys. It's 6-3. We're 7.5 minutes in. Gold at practically a standstill. BTK 1K up right now, and still not a single tower taken. We're getting to the Lord, and it is a stalemate.
Oh my god, they go for the Tsunami Slam on towards Yato. No Purify used just yet. We can see instantly they get the kill, and that is the power of a chain CC composition.
All right, so now with Yato down, 18 seconds on the clock, they do have time to buy some map control, looking for some more pickoffs.
Oh, Melon, though, he's able to get out of harm's way. He's in the back line. They go for the AOG, gets Melon, as Chicken is looking for him. Revitalize to help him survive. And there's the big glorious pathway used as well. Melon is to get out of harm's way, but Shark comes through, gets the piece as Melon gets himself the Sky Piercer. He should be looking for more, but I think they call it a stalemate and just walk out.
Yeah, but best player for T is a good trade in the hands of Vendetta. Not only that, but another kill into the hands of Melon. Watch for the pickoff on a Merciless, still able to get away though.
The damage right now, you can Tsunami Slam coming through from Yato as they get the kill onto our Shark, and here comes the fist crack combo, and they take down Zia. That's a double kill in the hands of Melon.
Okay, boys. Vendetta showing up right now. Melon is 6-0-0. I don't know if BTK is going to want to give over that Kimmy once again. Lord getting chunked down. BTK, do they even go for this? Best player on the back foot.
Well, you can see right now the Lord is taken down low. Kush gets the retribution. Lord in the hands of Vendetta. And now they back off, buying their time. Lord is already marching down the top side. And I think this gives plenty of room for Vendetta to play around with.
All right, so now that the tides have shifted a little bit, yes, the gold lead's not really into the hands of Vendetta, but map control starts to shift a little bit. Vendetta has to try to get some towers here. What does BTK do, right? They have wave clear, they have some opportunities, but it seems like the spike has definitely landed into the hands of Vendetta. They have to find a way to get to Melon, right? They have to find a way to break through that tanky front line that is T and Merciless, and it is tough right now. So do they maybe go for a more split up angle? Look for some flanks, let best player kind of play the field a bit and not be the front line. That, I think, could be the answer. He needs to look for a way to the backside, get that Queller onto Yato, get that Queller onto someone else.
Oh, this is the power of the Selena, right? Instantly an Abyssal Arrow gets that. You can get lucky with the arrow, but it's all right. You still get the pick off as Kush goes down, and that means Vendetta will have to back off.
Yeah, and those are the little mistakes that could be game deciders, right? Those little getting caught by one arrow could completely turn the tables in back into BTK's hands here.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Best player needs to find the flank angle as well, because right now you can see going ahead, Law and Order leading the charge for Vendetta and showing that they can play aggressive even without Kush. So BTK really needs to pick their fights at this point.
All right, so back to the drawing board for both teams. It is still a dead even stalemate. We're talking 30.6k gold for both teams, 9-6, 11 minutes in. And VTA just hanging out in this mid side. Watch for Fried Chicken, though. Doesn't want to steal it. Yato does take the Tsunami Slam, so watch for the big possible dive play from him.
Yeah, and I think not just that, BTK have a lot more options to play around with. They have the arrow, they have the AOG, they also have the stun that could come through, the Bladesters that could come through from best player, but right now Kush is going to be the target there, making sure they lock him down, not giving him any room to breathe.
Yeah, BTK's playing the map so well right now. They get that top tier 2, which is huge. A little bit of play, though, on the mid side.
Yeah, Shark tries to go through, looking to pick off someone. You can see at the same time, Penetrates come through and misses completely, but again, AOG coming through from Chicken, but in the back line as well, Merciless goes through and they find Kush, so that's Jungler or a Roamer traded as he finds himself a double, but Best Player comes in, cleans up shop, but you can see Melon has the damage as Best Player takes, oh my goodness, he's just able to make it out by the slightest bit of HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's back and forth, 2 for 2 right now. Big snipe shot, Zia takes him out, finds Merciless, it's huge. And just when it looked even, BTK comes out on top of that match.
Oh my goodness, BTK able to turn it around even though they're not the ones that initiate the fight. It is looking good for BTK, but they don't have the towers though. The mid lane tier 1 is gone, so that means their jungle is wide open, and now they turn their attention towards the Lord.
Let's take a look at the gold, though. Melon, 10.5k. Zia still sitting at 8.5, but that does feel like enough, especially with the sniper in his hand.
Oh, yeah, but you can see Retribution on point as well. And here comes through the rest of Vendetta. They get the arrow on top of Yato, but right now you can see the back line. They get the kill out towards home for the Oki's shadow kill. Kush finds his mark, finally gets his first kill on the board, as right now Chicken will have to go away with the AOG.
Yeah, so they get the Lord, they lose Hoon. I mean, Chicken's doing a great job at locking down onto Melon as well, but they just can't seem to get the kill onto Melon. They got to drop some of the defense stats on this Kimmy, because it makes zero freaking sense.
Oh my god, Shark goes for the flicker plan, they catch Kush off guard, and right now Yato comes in, but too little, too late, he got the memo, and you can see right now Melon is there, he's going to be the target, the Lord is already taken down, and now BTK stand tall, and they have a little more breathing room to play around with.
Yeah, even though Vendetta's putting up a fight, it does feel like the map is consistently pushing in on them. BTK continues to win the fights that matter, right? Yes, Vendetta comes out on top here in the wait a second, Merciless, a little too deep.
No, yeah, I don't know what he was thinking right there. He wasted the flicker, and he was trying to take down Zia, but I think he was just able to dash out of harm's way.
I mean, they're hunting, both teams, and they're comfortable with it. I mean, yeah, waste the flicker, but still at least creates a little bit of space. Another tower might go down here. I think this is important for Vendetta to try to save this one, especially before this Lord, since it's on opposite side of the map.
Yeah, it is going. They got to play that far lane. They got to make sure they have some sort of wave presence. They have that wave clear. They need to have map pressure on their side, because the way Vendetta have played it out in the early game wasn't the best. The mid game, they really did well, caught up in terms of gold. But now again, 14 minutes in, BTK have the gold lead. Although it's not a lot, they definitely have the items to back it up. So now, without the mid lane stand-in for both teams, tier 1 down for BTK, tier 1 and 2 down for Vendetta. I think Vendetta must pick their fights wisely.
Yeah, not only that, Best Player just locked in BOD. Pretty sure he's about max item down now. And Best Player is approaching these fights a little bit differently. About 2 or 3 fights ago, back in the mid lane when Vendetta took that mid tier 3 tower, but BTK still kind of ended up winning out. Best Player waited. He wasn't the first one to jump in. He let Vendetta use up some of their skills, get a little bit of low health, and then Best Player comes in. And look at him now, taking the angle, not the front line. He wants to be the assassin. He wants to be the cleanup, and I think that is the way to approach these fights.
Yeah, I think that speaks confidence as well, right, for BTK and Best Player. But right now he gets caught up. Fist break, fist crack combo. And you can see right now Melon is there. He has the maximum charge used up as well. And now BTK will have to disperse. But you can see the AOG coming through from Yato. He's able to immune that, as Best Player is going to be the target. Has his own server. He gets the kill on towards Yato, but gets shut down. And now that's a kill in the hands of Melon, as he is legendary indeed. BTK will have to back off just 10 seconds before the turtle. No jungler. Advantage Vendetta.
Yeah, that is value right there. 30 seconds till you have a retry on the board. Vendetta gonna try to rush this. Will BTK try to stop him, though? Maybe go for the steal. They're aggressive team. I think they will.
Oh, you can see the arrow landing on towards T as well. Kush has to back off because Chicken is right there. Lord about half HP, 20,000. They're looking to reset, but he goes for the play. Merciless on the back line. Glorious Pathways time as well. Banish Rage to create that separation. Retribution misses out. Shark gets the Lord, and they get Kush as well. They trade only Chicken for Kush, and they get the Lord in their favor. Zia finds himself a double, and now T and Melon are in no man's land. T, what are you doing? He gets a triple in the hands of the Zia. BTK show up, and now Melon will have to run away because Best Player is there to clean up shop, as Melon gets the kill. No, he gets shut down, and Yato goes down as well. A 5-man wipeout, as BTK are looking to take game number 1 in the best of 5 in the semifinal.
Welcome to the realm of the kings. Just when Vendetta thought they had it, BTK steals it from them. No jungler, no problem. Shark steals the Lord and gets the kill. An insane finish to game number 1.
One misstep and it flipped the whole game, right? Just one misstep is all it took. I think Vendetta rushed that Lord towards the end. If they took their time, got the space that they needed, it would have been a completely different story. But that's where BTK, their experience comes into play. They know when to press down. They know when to go aggressive. And that really showed up in their side.
Yeah, that was tough, man. You know what I think? I mean, when I'm looking at the stat blocks and I'm looking at everything, Melon did a great job, but it just wasn't enough. I think Yato made a few mistakes there, possibly. The rest of the team just wasn't able to keep up. Kush was trying to dive into the back line, but just wasn't able to secure those kills onto Zia like he needed to. Wasn't able to secure those kills onto Hoon like he needed to. And BTK was able to consistently show up. Fly Chicken and Shark just taunting on to Kush, stopping him from being able to secure a clean retry, stealing the last Lord. I mean, BTK, when it comes down to crunch time, they crunch.
They crunched, and they crunched hard, and at this point feels like Vendetta really need to shake it off, because by no means did they play a bad game. It was a brilliant game. It was fantastic. It's just towards the end, one small misstep, one miscalculation, and then BTK are just that good to not let it go. So at this point, I feel like Vendetta need to find an answer, because Melon played brilliant on that Kimmy, right? It just took one small opening that BTK needed, and then they just exposed the wound.
That was tough, man. But I mean, the good thing is it was a great game. I think that's just game one, man. That's just game one. I think we got a good series ahead of us. A lot of possibilities. It went back and forth. It was down the line right there. But Vendetta's going to have to be able to push a little bit farther, because that's, I mean, knowing BTK, that is where they have always thrived, in those high pressure situations. Taking a look at the game, BTK starts off great. We're looking at 4-0 in the first 4.5 minutes. And this is a point where we do start to see Melon pop off a little bit. We start to see the possibilities. He secures the double kill here. And, I mean, just continues to be relentless. Another double kill. He's 6-0 at 10 minutes in. And this is when we're biting our nails. We're wondering, oh man, is Vendetta going to be able to take this back? But the big thing about BTK is they continue to have map control. They take the top 2 towers. They continue to keep pressure everywhere across the map. And every single player was on point. And this is where we're at First Lord. And I think this is the moment where Vendetta really kind of kicks the bucket almost. It's a problem. They get the trade up. They're almost able to turn this into Lord. They decide to go for the rush. Was that a bad call, or did they just perform it wrong? That's the question on all of our minds.
I think they just played it wrong at that point, right? There was a right call. I think the positioning of T as well as Merciless was just not there. They were not at the right place at the right time. That kind of created the difference. And having Kush clear out the Lord and a lot of pressure coming through with Chicken just being around him, he had to make sure he was able to get out with the quad shadow. And the next thing you know, he just didn't get his hands on the Lord. And let's be honest, did you really think Shark would get the Lord?
No. I thought for sure Kush was gonna land the retry, man. I was like, oh yeah, they're good. So Fly Chicken actually jumped into that pit like immediately, like he jumps in. I see the taunt come on. I see the taunt, you know, the little taunt pop over the head. I'm like, oh man, this could be a hard time for Kush. I'm like, okay. And like you said, Merciless, instead of someone hanging out back with Kush, you know, whether it's Merciless, whether it's T, they go forward to try to push the rest of BTK back. But while that's happening, Shark and Fly Chicken are just over here jumping Kush on the Lord pit, and it's a tough time. And Shark's able to steal the Lord, and at that point, because Vendetta's so split up, because Merciless pushes so far forward, it just causes trouble. And then Zia's kiting so well. I think the moment that Lord was gone, Vendetta had to back off, but it was too little, too late. Now we're into game 2. BTK up 1 in a best of 5. Vendetta on the blue side.
Yeah, and I think not just that, right? Just tracking back to what you said, Merciless dove in too forward, but that wasn't the only time he did that. He did that earlier as well, around in the mid lane towards the inhibitor, where he dove in a little too deep, and then next thing you know, he flickered out. He had the flicker at that point, but this was a crucial factor that he dove in too deep, and then they just paid the price because of that one small mistake. So BTK, being the veterans they are, they could probably, you know, use that to their advantage, that small info.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing that we got to point out now is the Selena ban comes in from VTA here. They are on blue side, so they have some more opportunity to target ban. This is when you can really send those things in, because you're going to get first pick, right? You're going to be able to do what you need to do. BTK, on the other end, has to kind of decide what meta picks are we going to ban out? What do we not want to give to Vendetta no matter what?
I think they probably should not give. Kimmy first pick is not worth it, I think, because you can get countered, especially if the Hayabusa and the Joy is kind of left open. So and then you have, yes, the Suyo is something that you want to force on towards best player, because yes, best player is playing it really good, but I'd rather, if I'm facing against best player, I'd rather him have the Suyo than the Fanny or the Hayabusa, or you know, some of the or the Joy. So that definitely should be the plan of Vendetta, but they ban out the Kimmy instead.
Yeah, and this gives them now, since they know we don't want Kimmy up front, right? Like what you just said. So we don't want them to have it. We don't want to be forced into picking a Suyo or a Hayabusa just to steal it. So with the Kimmy gone, it gives them a little bit of playability to maybe, yes, this time we can steal this, because we're not going to give you Zia Kimmy, right? We don't want to pick it up front, but we also don't want to give it to you paired up with some other monstrous pick. So I think it's a solid ban on their side, especially since they're looking for something else on this first.
that are looking for as well. The Gatot's been a really hot pick, so picking that up would be good. The Hereth is still open. The Hayabusa at all. It's just that there was definitely miscommunication coming out from the team, from what we could see, right? At least, and now the Jawhead being banned out, making sure they don't have that aggressive early game in the favor of BTK, and of course respecting that Selena as well. So now Shart, are they still gonna let the Kalea through? Because the Kalea is open, the Hayabusa is open. Valentina, I like that.
For Yato. Yeah, I mean, and what it does is you leave a lot of things open, but you also target ban. So it's like both teams have some options, and this is what we want to see. This is what you normally see in a grand finals types match, where the super meta bans are like left off the table, and it's like, fine, we'll just leave all that stuff open, have a free for all, see who can get the better.
Yeah, I think. Oh, but guess what? They leave open the Jushin, so it's being picked up by Yato, of course, at this point, and. Phoveus is one I was looking for, because Phoveus is really strong pick and that allows BTK to play that front-to-back composition as well.
Yeah, so do we think that they lock in the Hayabusa here right away? After last game, I feel like they're confident, right? Even if they give over the Hayabusa, they feel they take it. I was going to say they feel confident with the Suyo, but nah, we want to be even more confident. We take in the Hayabusa. VTA, do they just now lock in the Suyo as the response, keep themselves? Yes, they do. And now maybe a nice roamer to give him a good time could be a possibility. Or the Hereth.
I think no, I don't think the Hereth is good here. Probably go for a Cho would be really good if they could get that early. Or even the Franco.
Right now.
Yeah, Franco looks really
we
good.
saw last time.
Because the Farsa is really good to counter against the Jushin as well. You do well against the Suyo. So right now, they got to go for a lockdown, and they get that Kalea. That's good.
Yeah. I think that's more of like, we don't want to let Shark get this pick. So at least it keeps us safe. I think, yes, the Franco would have been good, but the Kalea at least denies something from BTK as well. Once again, BTK gets this Gatot, which has just been a menace in the land of Dawn. And not only that, it is flexible. It gives them opportunity. Shark can play it. Chicken can... Actually, no, they already have the Phoveus, so it's not flexible. They're locked.
Can't really flex that roam EXP. They gotta... I think they'll be looking to take away a lot more EXP laners now that I look at it. Yes, the Esmeralda is going to go off the table. That means they're looking to play the Hereth on their side. So a Hereth's got to come out from Vendetta as a ban, right?
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Since BTK's first pick, Hereth could be taken out. We could just really try to limit down the pool. But they need a gold laner as well, right? They need something to put into their own pocket, so you don't want to take too much away. And it seems like they are going to go for mid lane as well. Take out Hoon. Hoon's been loving these long-range mages. Novaria definitely hasn't been something we've seen, but I'm not counting it out of the realm of possibility as something Hoon could pull up with.
Novaria is good here, not gonna lie. Like that's good. That's why it was banned out as well. So definitely, Novaria is a great ban, because if they had Novaria on their side, I don't see how Vendetta could get anywhere close to the Novaria unless they pick up a Claude or even a Yuzhong. So that's there. But right now, another EXP event should be coming through. Maybe the glue gotta be respected, because it's way too tanky. Just changing the skills. The grab is just gonna be a big menace in the land of Dawn for BTK. And now Vendetta looking to choke out another mid Hereth. Yeah, had to be the Hereth.
So do we think we see the Farsa pick up from BTK here immediately? And then if they do, VTA, since they didn't ban it, do they pick up something, you know, do they pick up an EXP laner count it? Maybe something like the Lapu, something crazy, you know, get a little spicy. A lot of possibilities on the map here, Kronos.
Ooh. Yeah, I agree. A lot of no. I'm not a fan of the 1-1 here. I mean, I get the point. You got that skill to purify against the... So I'm not really sure if it's the best pick, but because even Vendetta could pick up the Irithel right now, but they lock in the Franco on the...
So EXP lane Kalea, Franco still comes in. He juked us a little bit. He juked BTK a little bit, and then you get the Beatrix. Now I agree with you with the Wanwan. I don't think it can. You could work it against some teams, but Vendetta aren't slouches. I don't like. It's going to take a while for that Wanwan to really be able to do something.
Sicilian?
Sicilian?
Oh,
Yves. Yves solid too. Yves is solid too. Especially you have the AOG, you have the Phobius, you have heroes that can hold people in a little bit longer and just fight in that box.
Yeah, BTK are looking strong again for level 4 in the turtle pit, right? They want these neutral objectives. They look so strong in these neutral objectives. On the other side, they have the pick off again with this Franco. You have the wombo combo with the Franco and the Beatrix. Yes, you have again Beatrix with the Kalea. So it's good combos for Vendetta, but that team fight capability for BTK just looks scary.
Yeah, I feel like BTK brings in this big team fight composition. You have the damage, you have the ability. VTA, on the other hand, you have some big play potential to turn the tides. You have something like the Franco that can one hook could change the game, right? One big tsunami slam could change the game. One good snipe shot could change the game. So VTA looking for those moments of brilliance here, but they got to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, it all comes down to the early game, especially the first 2 minutes, if I'm not wrong. If Merciless has a good lane in the game, in the EXP side, and is able to control Chicken, then definitely VTA will have a good opportunity, a good chance to fight it out, because we go into game number 2 in this best of 5, already one game in the hands of BTK.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I want to see how Hoon and Shark play this mid game. Last time Yato had a little bit of trouble along with T in the mid side, but this time look at T. He's the one getting aggressive. He's the one invading, and that's kind of what you want to see from them if they're going to try to be able to keep up in the early phase here.
Yeah, they gotta be able to keep up as well, because you can see the comms from BTK are gonna be cleaner compared to from the ones from Vendetta, right? Yeah, all because they're in the same room. They got boot camp going in. They definitely took this a lot more seriously. Not like Vendetta did take it, but oh my God, T.
The cheese delay is there. That's what we like to see. And I mean, little things like that could make the difference. Try to get Kush a little bit ahead as much as you can. It already feels like a slightly different rotation from BTK, slightly slower, but that could change at any moment.
Yeah, and I think if T keeps it up as well, right, it's gonna get it's gonna get in best player's head. He's gonna get a bit tilted, and at this point, like you mentioned, every second will count just before this first turtle. And BTK with their clean rotations, if they're late by a second, with the way Vendetta have been playing, it could prove to be dangerous.
Yeah, and last game we saw BTK get that first blood very early on. They were able to take out Kush. He walked right into the bush. So this time with Vendetta playing a little bit safer, they're ready for first turtle this time. They're ready to try to take the fight. Look at the rotation, though, from Fried Chicken. He's coming up as well. Where on the map is Merciless right now, sitting in the mid-river, so it's going to be a big 4v4.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be a 4v4. Level 4 looking strong for BTK. Shark and Chicken going through. As you can see right now, Infernal Pursuit comes out. Kush is going to be the target, but at the same time, Yato in the back line has the Lantern, and Chicken going on top of Kush. He's not able to do anything, but right now he goes to the quad shadow kill as best player 1 picks up a kill, and now Chicken, relentless Infernal Pursuit on top of Kush, finally gets that kill as well.
Yeah, the Inferno, I mean, that was a... Chicken's already looking like a problem. He's already cooking. Able to push Kush back. And with that, Vendetta knows, okay, maybe this isn't our time to shine. We're going to have to do what we did last time and bide some time. Whereas BTK, on the other hand, you got to kill into the hands of best player. You got to kill into the hands of Fried Chicken. It is comfy for them.
Yeah, it's looking comfy for BTK. And I think if you ask me, that level 4, we already saw that coming through from their side, right? So it's looking really, really comfortable with the way that it's working out. The plan is coming to fruition for BTK, especially that first turtle. We knew they were strong. I mentioned it a couple times before as well during the draft, before the game started, and it shows why they draft for that first turtle.
I mean, there was also a little bit of, like, T, if we watched that last turtle fight, he was walking up, and for me, I'm watching for him. I'm looking for that hook, right? I'm looking for that moment to maybe, pull someone away, change the tide of the fight a little bit. And he took some damage, and then he just kind of backed off. And I think with that, Kush had no support. The rest of the team had no support. And the tide immediately flips onto Vendetta. So I know with the Franco, you're not exactly a diver, but you still have to be there as a tank, right? You still have to be someone, and he didn't have level 4 yet, so it was a tough spot for him. But we definitely got to see some more from him, because that's the big cheese pick, right? That's the pick that's supposed to be the game changer here.
Yeah, and feel like it can be, especially because we seen yesterday T was landing those hooks, right? And the Bloody Hunt, if he gets that on point, definitely best player's not going to have a good time, because right now they're invading in towards the purple buff, and now you have Shark on the orange buff side as well. So definitely breathing down the neck of Kush just like they did in the previous game, and now a Grand Theft purple coming through.
Purple's gone. This is looking rough for Kush, taking that death early on, losing some of your jungle. BTK pushing him back. Melon, though. I mean, last time we saw Melon pick up the pieces and almost save the game. He's still holding his own against Zia. It's level 5 to level 5. T gonna hang out down here. If they could get a pick off onto Zia, it could be huge for Vendetta.
Yeah, they need to get a pick off on Zia, right? They have to find it, especially given the fact that he has 1-1. He can be kiting around ever so beautifully with those. And then has the cross with that Inspire, and then has the crossbow of Tang, and could get some airtime as much as he needs. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, you have no way to make a comeback. So Vendetta really needs to prioritize ganking around the gold lane for this mid game.
And it's tough because with Zia winning lane like this, he's going to be involved in these fights. Look at the way he's rotating up top, just making sure that Vendetta, like, they can't even force this fight right now. Melon's the boss side, T walking into it.
Oh my god.
What is going on?
Yeah, T just walked into a quad shadow, and then all of a sudden they got an Ogi shadow kill, and he couldn't really do anything at that point. So looking grim if you're Vendetta at this moment.
Yeah, this is a bad spot. At this point, Melon's got to give up the tower. This is probably going to be first tower taken for BTK. There's no way they can really answer it, and Melon in trouble.
Nice flicker to make it out as well. So Melon was able to survive, but that means he just softened up for a bigger blow later on from BTK. So at this point, BTK looking like it's a steamroll, right? It's looking like a big bullet train coming through. There's no way to stop it. Vendetta really need to find answers, because this Franco pick is really not working out.
Yeah, it's definitely rough, and with T making these small mistakes, it's getting worse and worse, because at this point, if you fall behind too much with those roam boots, you know, you're not getting any gold, and even if you get the Bloody Hunt, you just get shredded down by the rest of the team, right? BTK just jumps on you. The moment you throw out that hook, BTK's following in on that teammate, and when you hit the Bloody Hunt, yes, you stun them, but you're also standing still doing nothing for a few seconds, and when you don't have the tank items, you get taken out quick, so it's becoming troublesome. At this point, Vendetta has to bide time. They can no longer fight in the early game.
Yeah, the early game is done. Now in the mid game, I don't even know if they can fight towards the mid game as well, just because of the fact that, like you mentioned, yes, you can use the Bloody Hunt, but you need that Winter Crown. You need that in-target ability so that you're not so that ult doesn't get canceled. And who are you really going to lock down on towards? You don't have the items to burst anyone down. You need that Beatrix to get the items to be able to one-shot someone, especially in the midst of a team fight. And with the way Kush has been pressured by Shark as well as Chicken, and then you have best player invading into the jungle, there's definitely going to be hard if you are Vendetta right now.
Okay, so back into the game, making sure we have a fair playing experience for everyone. Look at the kick.
Oh my god, nice coming through as well, but you can see at the same time they go in, quad shadow, Ogi shadow kill come through, but best player just makes it out. Hoon with the RWM used as well. This could be a good time for Vendetta to go in towards the turtle pit, because there's not a lot of ultimates present in the side of BTK. Yato is there with that lantern, dropping it down. Beacon not used just yet. We can see Merciless is the target. Infernal Pursuit comes out from Chicken. Shark pops in that revitalizes. They get their hands on the turtle, and now T's going to be the target. AOG into the back line. As you can see, Kush goes down, and now Vendetta will have to back off.
You know, the Jushin has been a great pick for a lot of teams, but it just doesn't feel the same seeing Yato on such a passive mid laner, right? Like, I know the Jushin does good damage, but it just feels kind of weird. Melon just wastes an ult. I mean, I know he's calling for that possible engage. He's keeping himself safe, but Vendetta just seems to be having trouble finding these good moments in game number 2.
Yeah, Vendetta needs to find that moment. And just one team fight, right? One good team fight and can flip the script. Yes, they're down by about 4.4k gold, but it is possible once this Beatrix gets time, and maybe when we take a look at the gold, we'll see the gold difference, but definitely
at the gold, we're looking at almost 1,000. Nice hook, though.
Oh no, Chicken gets the tsunami slam, and then the hook with the Bloody Hunt as well, and that's the tilting point for them right now. But meanwhile, the mid lane, Yato is going to be the target, as a Melon already got taken down. Crossbow of Tang not unlocked yet. Zia just popped in the Inspire to make sure he could get that kill and get out of harm's way. Hook misses as Kush is just completely disconnected in these fights. And good news for Vendetta.
Yeah, BTK finds an answer, right? They lose Chicken up top, but they immediately bite back and find one of Vendetta to even the playing field. And not only that, but take more control over the map. Vendetta still unable to take a single tower, still unable to really even get their minions onto BloodThirstyKings' side of the map. The map is red right now. River control is red right now. Turtle control is red right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you count the buff, it's probably the second one, right? But right now, BTK go through. Menace Rage comes in as well, right? Nice Tsunami Slam. RWM dropped down from home as they try to get that tier 1 in the mid lane. Shark makes it out, but you can see Kush is going to be the target. Has a Soul Server on towards him. Nibiru's passion from Melon to pick up a kill on towards best player 1, but double kill in the hands of Zia. 4-0-1 on a 1-1, and still hasn't used the Crossbow of Tang yet.
Yeah, Zia's popping off right now. Zia's making moves happen. He's shaking. It's 4-0-1. He's got the DHS and he's got the Crows inside. He's working on to the next one. Melon just got his BOD in, which is an expensive item, and that's why, you know, I mean, it's gonna take time for him to get online, but it might be too much time, especially with the fact that we just got we just got more range onto Zia. He's comfy. He's confident. It's gonna be a tough hero to catch.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough hero to catch, given the fact that he has an inbuilt Purify. So the only one that could catch is T. He has to flicker for it as well. So they need to find an opening, and Vendetta, I'm not really sure who's going to provide that, to be honest. They got to play off the hooks, and if T's not able to hook anyone, it's going to be difficult for Vendetta to even make any sort of play.
Yeah, I think first things first, Vendetta has, like, before they can even take a full 5v5, they would have to take out Shark, or they would have to take out, you know, they have to make it a 5v4 because they can't just run in there. There's no, Zia's going to get free shots all day long, so unless they're able to kind of break down that front wall a little bit, there's just no way. And then if they do full dive, best players in the back line taking out Melon and Yato.
Yeah, that's true. If best player, you got to watch out for different angles as well. So you're not wrong. Looks like Vendetta have a lot on their plate. So at the moment, with BTK breathing down their necks, and now they go for the AOG along with a nice RWM as well. Good play, good shot call coming through from BTK as they catch two off guard completely, using the edge of the RWM as a mini stun, and then following that up with the AOG.
That was disgusting. They thought they were safe. They thought they were good. Two members taken out right before Lord comes up. Vendetta's in pieces right now.
Yeah, they're not looking good. That was a big brain play. That was 5-head play right there. Hoon with Shark, and oh my god. You usually don't get to see such plays happen unless and until you know the mechanics of the hero. You know these players are veterans. They've seen the ins and outs of Mobile Legends Bang Bang completely. As you can see, it's working out towards their favor. And now with the fight against Vendetta as well, you can see they go in with that Tsunami Slam. Shark gets taken down, but the re-engage from BTK. Hoon drops down the RWM, and Chicken is absolutely relentless with that Infernal Pursuit. Immortality's pop, but here comes Zia. He could go in with the Crossbow of Tang. Inspire not used just yet, but you can see nice coming through from T with that bloody hunt as he gets taken down indeed, and Chicken will go down. Yato's gonna be the target. He flickers out, but still shut down in the hands of Zia.
Melon misses the snipe shot as well. It could have been the thing to turn the tables. He's not able to show up when needed. Yato did everything he could, and man, he did a great job. He finds 2 kills while getting bullied under the tower, but BTK continues to be relentless, and any small mistake, BTK is going to take advantage of.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Lord is marching on the bot side. Holy Shields are present in both the mid and towards the bot side, so they should be able to clear that quite easily. Quad Shadow from best player trying to find the target, but the rest of Vendetta are grouped up, so they will have to call it a day. Back off, got what they came for, and now just slowing the pace down for the game because they have 9K goal lead. Whew.
Yeah, that's a lot right now. Most of that being into the hands of Zia as well. And Franco another AOG.
Yeah, Shark goes in. You can see right now best player looking for the flank angle. Nice RWM drop down once again, but they got the Tsunami Slam on top of best player, so they find their mark. And now Vendetta, any kill on their side is good because they get some money in their pocket, and that they are finding ways to make the comeback.
Yeah, they're not being as aggressive. They're hanging out. They're pulling back. They're letting BTK overextend a bit. And if BTK keeps doing that, making those small mistakes, they're leaving a road open for Vendetta to tie up the playing field. And this is what Vendetta needs to do. They just need to chill. They just need to hang out. They need to wait. I don't even know if they want to fight for this next Lord, honestly. It's still a 7K gold lead for BTK. There's still so much damage, so much range, and so many boxes to check that it's just tough for Vendetta. But T looks for the hook.
Oh my god, you can see it right now. They rain down fire on top of Zia, and they get the chain CC as well. They use the Tsunami Slam along with that hook. So now it worked out. You can see RWM drop down, as that is a Hail Mary attempt to try and make sure Chicken gets out of harm's way. So BTK covering their losses, making sure they don't lose a lot more than they should.
Zia will not be hanging out in any bushes by himself anymore. He will not be roaming the streets by himself anymore. He's got to stay behind the boys, because Vendetta just found the answer to that Purify, right? It might take 2 skills. It might take a hook and a Tsunami Slam, but there is a way to get past the Purify.
Hey, they get the Lord. Again, we've seen this happen. This is going to be deja vu, because Kush is going to be the target. He gets the Retribution this time, though, but you can see the AOG landing as they get their Winter Crown on top of him as well. But here comes a Tsunami Slam. Merciless gets Shark, and now the fight has been dispersed, but best players looking for their target. Merciless as well as T, but they want to catch Yato. Crimson Beacon comes up, but that's a nice title strike as well, as best player doesn't get the kill. Zia comes into the fray, but the Lord is going to be the target, as Hoon finds the kill with the RWM once more, as Merciless didn't have that flicker.
That was clutch. Kush, he might have missed the retry last time, but he pulls it off this time. And though they lose 2 members, they do find Fried Chicken. And I feel like with the fact that Vendetta just needs to buy time, that is a win in their book. They still have all 3 inhibitors. It's still very possible for them to fight for another Lord here. The scales are slowly evening out. We're getting closer to end game, and we still got us a game, boys.
Yeah, we still have a game indeed. Now the goal deficit's about 5K. It was about 9K at that point, around the 10th minute mark. And now 13 minutes, 30 seconds in. Ooh, T almost got that hook. Shark was playing with fire right there.
I got to point out to Yato here, man. He has been, now that he's finally comfortable, he's really been able to make some plays happen. He's been able to get out of sticky situations, be aggressive, kite, but on the other foot, Hoon as well, 2-0 and 10. He's never too early with the RWMs. He always almost uses them as a catcher, as a net. When Vendetta's trying to run away, that's when he pulls it out, and that's when they're able to get those, that final kill in. That final thing to put it back into BTK's hands in a fight. He's timing them so well.
Yeah, he's definitely timing them well, and he's able to garner the attention of at least 2 members of BTK, right? That goes to show that it's a little less pressure on somebody else, and that somebody else is Melon as well as Kush, because right now that's what they need. They need the space to work with so that it could work out for them. So Yato's absorbing the brunt of most of the pressure to make sure the rest of his teammates are able to excel. And at this point, BTK, although they have control for most part of the game, the map is red. They have about a 6K goal lead in their favor, 45 seconds until the Lord. They have the map control. So definitely that one factor could still be a boost towards Vendetta's capability or ability to win.
Yeah, Melon did just lock in Wind and Nature. Going to give him a little bit more time to fight, but he needs to start landing these ultimates. We saw Anubiru's Passion miss earlier. We're just seeing him not really lock in these skills and output the damage that he needs to. And though Vendetta is kind of winning out on some small fights, BTK is still very much in the advantage here. We saw it earlier. They were just able to hijack that purple buff, and Vendetta knew that they could do nothing about it. The only thing keeping Vendetta in this game is the fact that they know this. The fact that they know they're not overextending, they're not fighting for that purple when it's getting stolen, they're still playing it safe.
Yeah, they're definitely playing it safe right now. As you can see, Shark and Chicken doing their jobs, making sure that best player can secure the turtle, or the Lord rather, and now they get the Lord in their favor. 15 minutes in, and seems like Vendetta need to find answers, need to find a pickoff.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's been helping them. They got that pick off on Azia earlier. I think it was a good play not going for the Lord. If they didn't have any inhibitors, or they were down 1 or 2 inhibitors, then that might have been a make or break Lord. But they may be able to still defend this push as long as they play it smart. And then we're getting into real endgame territory. BTK, on the other hand, this might be time for them to try to close this out, man. Or at least, they need to at least take 2 inhibitors, which they shouldn't have a problem doing. If they can crack the whole base, that's huge for them coming up on next Lord. But it's getting into game time. It's getting into soon. Gold's just going to be tied all around, and I don't think BTK wants that.
Yeah, at this point, the Lord is marching down the bot side. BTK looking to end it all. As you can see, Hoon is there in the back line as well for BTK. Has the RW drop down, but he goes for the Ogi Shadow kill. A best player one looking for his target. Not there just yet. They find the inhibitor on the bot side. The minions are not being synced, so that's some good news for Vendetta. A little bit more breathing room, and now BTK looking to take down the mid lane. Quad Shadow once again. Shark gets the taunt. RWM drop down. He's going to be the target. Winter Crown comes through, but nice knock up as they go for the nice Tsunami Slam, but doesn't catch anyone. And at this point, with that beacon and the lantern flare, Winter Crown popped as well. Best player one in the back line as Chicken will survive still with the help of the immortality. Killing spree in the hands of Melon. 3-2-3, and Yato still survives. How are they able to do it? They still defend.
Yato is holding down hard right now, but AOG coming in.
Oh my god, you can see again the target's gonna be Yato. He gets taken down. 4 still standing tall for the side of BTK. Kush is there. He's looking to take down Shark as well as Zia, but they have the immortality. Melon is alive. Best player one connects to the Quad Shadow as they're trying to go in. Shark's immortality popped once more. Vendetta still live to fight another day. It's not over until it's over.
They bide enough time for another big push. They bide enough time for another big chance. If they lose this, we're looking at match point for BTK. Vendetta can't let that happen. That is a tough spot to be. That is a reverse sweep, all or nothing situation. But BTK wasn't able to get the finish there, and this is the big worry, right? Another 30 seconds till next Lord. We're getting close to endgame. Taking a look at the items, Kush is maxed out. Everyone on the side of BTK is matched out. Melon finally gets in his Hunter Strike, and Yato also looking to close the deal. Is this going to be enough, though, for Vendetta to contest this Lord? Because I feel like at this point, they have to contest this Lord.
Yeah, I feel like Vendetta definitely need to contest this Lord because it's about 18 minutes plus. It's going to be that level 3 Lord that's looking shiny and nice, golden. And this Lord could change the game. They just got to steal it and make sure they survive, and it could change the game completely if you're Vendetta. But BTK realized that they're looking for the pick off indeed. Look at best players one's positioning.
Oh. Wait, I'm waiting for the big AOG from Shark. That's what they really got to watch out for too. Any possibility. Kush hanging out in this tri-bush, looking for the angle in.
Goes for the Tsunami Slam, but there's the Winter Crown popped in as well. As you can see, the RWM has dropped down. Best player going to the back line. Kush is taken down low. AOG come through from Shark. He catches 2, and now Melon is there trying to melt him down as Merciless is the first one to fall down. As Fried Chicken goes on top of him. Infernal Pursuit is there as Melon flickers out of harm's way. Immortality is popped. They get Yato as well in the process, and now he's shut down on towards Melon. Best player secures the Lord as T's going to be the next on the chopping block. Kush taken down low. T is next as well. BTK looking for the hunt as they find 4 and now take the base crystal. Game number 2, match point on the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings.
A clean and precise finish for game number 2. BTK, I mean, even in that last fight there, man, the back and forth, the ability to know once they had the fight, we're going to go back and make sure Kush doesn't get the steal, because Kush was hunting for it. Kush, when the rest of his team was getting annihilated, he was still sitting by the Lord looking for the possible retry to turn the tables, and that might have been the big mistake, because once Melon got cornered by Chicken, there was no way out. You're just getting boxed, you're getting punched, you're getting knocked out in the face, and that was it for VTA. It's match point now for BTK.
Match point. Are they going to go undefeated and towards the final just like Area 77 did? Because with the way that they're playing, it's not that Vendetta are playing bad, it's just BTK are playing a lot cleaner because they got 21 kills to their favor. Vendetta had 8, and BTK's best player just brings a different side of the rest of the 4 with the fact that he can flank from the side. And then you have Zia, who's been popping off with Hoon making plays at 92,000 damage dealt on a Eve. God. Yeah.
That's ridiculous. And I mean, and that's the thing about the Eve is it's not like a super exciting hero, right? Like it's hard to see that damage racking up. But as I mentioned, those RWMs were key in so many fights, man. Every time VTA thought they had the advantage, every time they steal a kill away, Hoons traps him in an RWM and then makes sure that his team gets 2 kills. Almost every time he dropped a big RWM, they secured at least 2 kills out of it. It was huge, it was game-changing, and it just goes to show that Hoon still got plenty of heroes up his sleeve that can be detrimental to their playstyle.
Yeah, it's definitely detrimental towards their playstyle, because at the moment you got Hoon, who's like, again, he's willing to take that support role on to make sure the rest of the BTK members can shine, and feels like it's working really well, because the tower damage dealt by Vendetta is basically 0. They didn't take a single tower that entire game, and that game went on for about 20 minutes plus. So that just goes to show how much in control BTK were. And even though we made it to seem like Vendetta have the option, they have the opportunity to make that comeback, yeah, looking at the stats, it speaks a little different, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely speaks a little different. There's got to be some sort of answer here. And we're at match point. Vendetta has to play tight, right? I think overall in draft, they're looking for some answers. I do still feel like BTK is getting the better of them from start to finish. But before we get into all that, let's take a look at the replays. Early game, once again, BTK just takes control, and First Blood falls into the hands of best player, First Turtle, and they start off in the first few minutes with a several thousand gold lead. And right here, T gets the first hook of the game, pretty much. And this was, some small glimmers of hope. Yato starts to get a bit more comfortable. He gets a kill onto best player. There seems to be some slivers of light in the darkness, but it's just never enough, because just like last game, every time that Vendetta felt like they had an advantage, BTK finds more. They always seem to win up on the trades. If you take 2 kills, we find a kill in a tower. If you take a tower, we find 3 kills. It seems like they always just have the upper hand.
Yeah, BT always just 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That's what Vendetta were doing, but BTK were just going 3 steps forward the entire time, because they had the draft in their favor. They definitely had the gameplay as well, made the decision making and knowing when to go towards teams fight, the patience that BTK had every single time, knowing who the target is going to be. Like right here, you could see Chicken. He knew it doesn't matter if Kush is low. My target's Melon, making sure he's not allowed to be in these team fights, not allowed to play the game. And knowing that and knowing what to do, knowing your role, to the dotting your I's, crossing your T's, BTK, Bloodthirsty Kings for a reason.
Yeah, so my next question is, with Melon not performing as well that game, right? Fried Chicken was on him nonstop. Everyone was on him nonstop. Do we think that is the make or break it player, right? Like, if Melon doesn't have a good game, are their chances pretty much nullified? Because Yato played great in game number 2, man. He was like the one thing keeping them alive, but he wasn't a burst damage dealer. He wasn't playing the Valentina. He wasn't playing something that can really change everything at once. So Melon needs to step up, and that was a game where Zia was popping off. So it kind of goes back to how we started this whole series. Melon versus Zia, I feel like whichever one is really in the driving seat can help change the tide of the battle. So do we just prio Melon's comfortability? Was the Kimmy ban last time the wrong move? It's, there's a lot of things on the table to talk about, but BTK seems like either way, they're winning this out.
Yeah, they're winning the draft. They're winning the mind games as well. In terms of execution, it's working out, because by no means did Vendetta have a bad draft. It just didn't work out towards their favor, because like you mentioned, Yato had a brilliant game, because that's the Yato that we know. That's not the Yato that we saw in game number 1. Just didn't have the ability to make those big plays. But right now with Melon, you got to prioritize his comfort at this point, right? You got to make sure, you got to give something towards him, because Kush, again, the Chicken along with Shark just on top of him the entire time, he's not able to do anything, right? He did secure that Lord that we saw, but still it's looking difficult if you don't give Melon a comfort pick. At least give him a better laning phase compared to Zia, because if Zia has the better laning phase and then he gets the goal later on, definitely going to show up in team fights. It's just looking grim if you are Vendetta.
Yeah, I feel like right now Fried Chicken and Sharks are just menaces, man. And I think with the Phobius ban, the top ban, maybe they're looking at all, we're looking at all of this the wrong way. they need to make sure that those guys can't get to your back line. Because even in game 1, when Vendetta thought they had the game in their hands, Sharks is the one who steals it away from. Shark and Fried Chicken are on top of Kush, and it seems like they always know their objective, whether it's Kush, whether it's Melon, whether it's Yato. They're always there targeting the right person in every single fight, and that continues to be the big trouble for Vendetta.
It is trouble. I'm looking at the draft so far. Matilda, Fovius, Fanny taken off. Now on the other side, they have the Gatot, the Jawhead. Kalea is still open. Joy is still open. Hayabusa is left open. Kimi's up for grabs. So Vendetta really needs to make the choice. If I was them, I'd probably look to take out the Kalea, right? Just take away the playmaking option from the hands of Shark. Oh,
go for the
Jushin was there. Yeah, don't want to see that again.
That's fair. but the Selena's now open. There's still plenty of options for BTK here in terms of mid lane, things that they can play very well. And I think at this point too, Vendetta knows it's not just a draft thing. It is a gameplay thing, right? I think they're making more mistakes than BTK right now. BTK pryos the Kimi first pick. Probably Hayabusa going over to VTA here, take it away from best player, kind of similar to what we saw in draft 1, but instead of the Gatot, it's going to be the Kimi.
Wow, this is nice from Vendetta. It's looking good so far. So far, we predicted it right. The Kimi's gone onto where's the side of BTK. Vendetta got the Kalea, they got the Hayabusa. The Deny coming through with the Valentina as well. That's good from BTK. They get their hands on the Lucas. Yeah, it's now. What do you think? They gotta go for a goal laner?
I mean, I think VTA. I don't know, man. I think at this point, with Kimi gone, you play any goal laner, you're gonna have a hard time no matter what. I think you need to do what BTK's been doing, secure a bulky front line. You have the Kalea now, and BTK this time didn't secure their front. They didn't secure their EXP and Roamer up front. They went for more of their damage side of things. So this is your chance to maybe try to flip the script a little bit here. You could lock in goal laner, go for the Harith or something if you want. It's a possibility, or you just secure something, more on the safe side. They go for the Novaria. They're pretty much playing BT. They're putting the mask on as BTK right now. Support mid. They got the Kalea. They got the Hayabusa. They're trying to play BTK right now.
Yeah, they just switched up, right? Because Hoon got himself the Valentina, and then Yato now takes away the Novaria. I mean, who's really underneath that behind that photograph, right? We don't know. For all of so right now, for all you know, it could be Moba Zane playing that Hayabusa. So at the moment. I mean, it's all jokes, guys. So at the moment, you can see the Joy being taken off, of course. But I still think the Joy would have been all right if you give it away, because you have the Hayabusa. That means they're reading that this Lucas is going to be in the EXP lane. So far, it could be slotted in the jungle EXP.
True. So just playing it safe, I think, could be the smart idea.
Yeah, we keep forgetting that Chicken can play that Joy in the EXP as well, right? We've seen him pop it before. It's just the versatility.
Wanwan, who can just purify out of it. So the opportunity is there, but you're still very much a, you're kind of a pokey comp here. But this means the Kalea, what? EXP Kalea? Once again?
Yeah, it's got to be EXP Kalea. I mean, not like the other game where we saw
jungle
Kalea in the jungle. That was just completely blown out of proportion. But I think right now they still go in with the EXP Kalea. They lock in the Rome Franco. So at this point, oh my God. That is just too beefy, boys. Right in front. They get the glute. They get themselves the Tigreal. And that's a complete counter to where it's this Franco, right? He needs to buy that Winter Crown again as the first item to at least get that lockdown and the carry to top it off. Draft-wise, what you thinking, Trex?
I think BTK's draft is solid. They look like a tight formation. There's not any huge range, right? But they have the tanks to kind of to kind of handle that. We're going to see them kind of group together. Best player might go for the angles. On the side of VTA, on the other hand, Vendetta, they have a lot of options. They have a lot of ways to attack and approach these fights. You have Yato who can poke. You have Kush who can go for the back line. You have Melon to shred. I mean, they just have a lot of ways to approach it, and it might be too much. I do think in terms of versatility, I like VTA's draft, but in terms of just being straightforward and having one good job, BTK has that solid down right now.
Yeah, I think BTK just are keeping it simple, right? Just go level 4, 1 good fight, 2 good ultimates, and the next thing you know, they're coming out with a victory sign. Because I think Vendetta have a lot of ways to get that victory, but of course, only time will tell. Because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you just popped in, brace yourselves, because this is match point. BTK 2-0 in this best of 5. A ticket to the grand finals is up for grabs, and I think BTK want to close it down right now.
Yeah, can Vendetta give us a night to remember, right? But look at Shark already in Kush's face. And talking about Kush, I feel like he's had a tough time these past 2 games. Almost every other player on the team has had some moments where they really shined. Yes, we saw Kush get that 1 steal, but I think we really got to see more from him if Vendetta's going to win this out.
Nice flicker play coming out from Shark, baiting out the flicker from Yato early as well. And I think right now T's going to be the target. Nice Terrify from Hoon. Merciless goes through with that title strike, and now they disperse. BTK do not want to make that mistake in the early game. Best player making his way in towards Elite Wanderer as well.
If Merciless can continue to rotate, though, ahead of Fly Chicken, it could be big, but now he might pay the price for it.
Oh, yeah, Merciless goes through, and you can see he's taking down low, but best player with that Naruto skin, rocking his ninja way. You can see coming out the knockup as they get first blood, and finally Kush gets something in his favor, and that is good news for Vendetta.
This is the first game in 3 that Vendetta's been able to get first blood. First game in 3 that Vendetta's even been able to put a kill on the board in the first few minutes. But now they're fighting back. Yato in a bad spot, taken out. Shark gets the kill, and more action on the bot lane, it seems.
Yeah, I think Yato is in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, T missing out on the hook as Chicken is able to clear the wave out. T's going to be the target. Look at BTK just corner him at this point. They're trying to make a sandwich out of this Franco, and T has no choice but to go out of harm's way, and I think T just gets taken down.
Yeah, I think it's a smart play. He doesn't waste the flicker. He'll be back in 7 seconds. It's not a big thing. I think it would have been worse to use the flicker into the top and try to run away from that. So I think it's well played.
Well played indeed so far. At least didn't give away free goal towards the side. At least a lot more assists as well. But you can see Hoon already getting the turtle started. Best player making his way in towards that turtle pit, level 4. And they're always looking strong. Merciless does have the option of making a play. Hoon is there as they get out of harm's way. And I think they're giving away this turtle towards BTK.
Merciless, though, is keeping tabs on it. Not able to get it, but at this point, let's take a look at the junglers. Level 6 to level 5. Kush still a little bit ahead, but Vendetta, I think, need to look for some play.
Shark.
Maybe on the top side here. Zia's really low.
Oh, Shark is there, but right now gets the nice implosion on towards Melon, but you can see at the same time T comes in. Nice knock up along with that bloody hunt. They chain CC this Tiger to death. Oh my goodness, he was already locked out. I don't know what was the use of the Tsunami Slam right there. Insult to injury. Vendetta are out for blood.
Yeah, they're finally, I mean, it feels like this game, they have a good groove. T's landing those hooks, the hooks we didn't see him land last time. They're being a bit more patient, but who now?
Who nice. IMU Bloody Hunt coming through as well, but Kush goes in with the Oki Shadow kill. He gets the kill, and now Zia's going to be the target. He survives, but no gets taken down. And now you can see Vendetta are looking a lot more comfortable, a lot more confidence flowing in as they are able to take the game at their pace.
I mean, they're definitely, the momentum is there, but they need to turn that momentum into gold, right? They need to turn that momentum into towers, because right now, 500, 600k gold lead, I mean, 600 gold lead isn't anything too major. Taking a look at the items, we did see that Corrosion Scythe lock in for Melanie's 1, 0, and 2, and this time he has the advantage over Zia. Zia's still hunting for that first item, and 400 gold, or 600 gold isn't a lot, but in the early game, it's pretty huge.
Yeah, and the early game is definitely huge, especially when you want to build those part items, right? You could want to build, especially if you're Zia, looking to go towards either a Sky Piercer, which is about 1500 gold, and then you have a Concentrated Energy, depending on how he wants to go and which route he wants to go, because we've seen 2 different builds come through. But here the Iron Hook lands onto where Shark. They get the nice Astral Echo, but you can see they go into the Flicker Implosion. They get 1, and they get 2. Double kill in the hands of best players. They get the split, the grab on towards Melon, and all hell breaks loose as BTK rain down 3 kills on towards Vendetta. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, the tides are turned. But guess what? Kush might be looking for more as Hoon is there, and now he gets cornered. They're trying to make a sandwich out of him. He doesn't have the Quad Shadow, and it comes in with that big tsunami slam from Merciless as they get the turtle. BTK still have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, even with best player taking a death early on, the damage is still insane. He knows when to strike. Same thing with Hoon, 115 a death. They were still able to burst down 2 members of Vendetta like it was nothing. So Vendetta's got to be careful in approaching these fights. Zia also is just a walking, ticking time bomb.
Yeah, Astral Echo comes through, but a nice implosion coming out from Shark. He catches 2 T as well as Merciless, but Melon is just going ham at towards the tier 1 turret in the top side, but they still get something. But you can see 1v1. Kush gets taken out by best player.
I don't know what happened down there. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall right there, a fly in the river. But Kush taking out 1v1 is huge. And it just shows that best player has the advantage right now in terms of jungle prowess. But the back and forth still happening. No towers down. We're coming into turtle number 3 soon in 60 seconds. And that, I feel like that's going to be the big breaking point. That's where we're going to see the tables finally heavily veer into one of these teams' favors.
Yeah, and it's just one fight. I think there's one more fight in favor of BTK and they could take it all, but Vendetta need one fight to pull it back, of course. 40 seconds until the turtle spawns. Kush is trying to get that split on towards the bot side, but you can see coming through. Best player goes in for the flash step flash combo. Oki shadow kill, gets the kill along with the bloody hunt, so they get their target. And now Vendetta have some breathing room as the rest of BTK still dominate that river.
Yeah, this is the best we've seen Vendetta play for sure. And this is also a point where BTK's maybe getting a little too aggressive at some points, but this is a bad spot.
Nice. Merciless goes to Tsunami Slam on towards Shark. He didn't use the implosion, no flicker baited out just yet, so that could mean that this turtle fight could be big for BTK.
And T just locked in the winner crown, giving him a bit more opportunity to get aggressive. Maybe instead of just going for hooks, he can start going for, flicker bloody hunts and get in the thick of it. He has a bit more time to buy, and this is third turtle here.
Yeah, at this point, BTK already get the turtle in their hands, zoning out Vendetta completely. And meanwhile, Kush just trying to split the map as a Hayabusa should at this point.
Yeah, and doing it well. I mean, both, and then even bottom lane gets pushed a little bit. So they lose the turtle, they get a tower, they even up the top side a little bit. Definitely hanging on, but is hanging on enough? Because that seems like that's what Vendetta's been doing the past 3 games. Yes, they're keeping up, but they're never winning the race.
They're not able to, because BTK are just completely keeping them in check the entire time, unless T finds a really nice Tung Tung Sahur on top of one of BTK with that bloody hunt, and then next thing you know, it's gonna be 4v5, and that's when Vendetta can actually make a play. But every time he tries to go for that play, BTK have 4 members, so sticking together, so it's gonna be super hard, especially now. As you can see, he goes for the bloody hunt indeed as Kush comes through with the Yogi shadow kill, but Zia makes it out alive as now Chicken finally gets a split on top of a T, and this is the opening that BTK were looking for. Vendetta found it, but Zia made it out of harm's way. Chicken is down and out. Still Vendetta find 1 kill, and now look at the side. Kush looking to flank somebody down, but realize it's not the time. They need to convert these kills into these neutral objectives.
Big implosion!
As he goes in, and you can see right now, Kush gets taken down. The best player with that unleashing the beast, trying to take someone down, and now BTK take tier 1 in the mid lane.
That's huge. That's huge. And once again, Vendetta wins out on a team fight. They find a kill, but then BTK takes more, right? They get a kill and they get a tower, and this has just been the story back to back to back. Now, I want to take a look at Yato. I'm waiting for those meteors to start doing a little bit more damage. He hasn't even finished out a second item yet, and that's a problem when we're this far into the game. He needs to be the one who can really, you know, make BTK second guess about these engages.
Yeah, he's got to be the one to make it happen, because at this point, otherwise it's going to be difficult for Vendetta to make anything possible, because you can see Kush goes in for that Blade of Despair, but here comes the big implosion from Shark. Again, nice knock-up coming through, and Zia finds himself a double as BTK lose only Shark. And now they have the control of the Lord Pit.
It's tough, man. Every time BTK wins the trades. Yato tries to go for the steal, but it gets blocked by Fried Chicken. Fried Chicken taking a ride, but that's okay.
Yeah, and they baited out the flicker as well from Yato, and a Novari without a flicker is going to be easy pickings, especially when you have the Lord coming through for the side of BTK.
So where does Vendetta go from here? I mean, yes, their composition is pretty late game, right? They have the Novaria, they have the carry. That's what they're really looking for. BTK once again just pushing in. The gold lead's not too far ahead. We're not looking at 7-8K like we saw in the past, but I think the big problem is Zia on this Kimmy, because that late game is disgusting. Big implosion though, a lot of damage. Best player able to take out Kush. Down goes Yato as well. The tower falls. T next on the block, gets pushed back, taken out. Best player with a triple kill. It's huge for BTK, and there's still a Lord coming down the lane. So now at this point, BTK looking to try to close things out. Vendetta in a little bit of trouble here. Another tower goes down. Vendetta back against the wall. It's nothing but Merciless and Melon. Nothing but Merciless and Melon. And now Yato finally comes up, but it might not be enough. One minion to try to close it out. BTK plays it out safe, though. They back off, but they're still coming back for more as minions come down the mid side. All right, so at this point, BTK, they can take their time with this, right? They can kind of approach this a little bit differently. The gold lead has now gotten even more, and earlier I said they weren't 7K ahead. Well, now they are. It's 70 seconds on the Lord, and I think they're playing this right. We took your top inhibitor. We took down the long lane. Let's take a look at this replay, though. Shark has been on point with these implosions. I think every single one he's dropped has been at least 2 members of the enemy team. So we're coming into this. I'm wondering exactly how this is going to play out. T needs to take it, needs to kind of find the hook. He needs to find the game changer. He needs to find a way to turn the tides. But once again, is it too little, too late? Because this is what we've been saying for 3 games in a row. This is what we've been saying, and now Melon in a bad spot. Best player looking for the flank. Melon going to go back to base. This is not a safe spot to be. Yato gets the vision onto the enemy team, throws out a meteor, finds a little bit of something.
Yeah, and you can see right now they go and they try to find a way. Vendetta really down by 7K gold already. And now with the Lord coming up in about 15 seconds, T looks like a sandwich being made out of him right now.
A little bit of damage. I think it's okay, though. I mean, at this point, 10 seconds. Vendetta, what do they even do here, right? I mean, can they survive another Lord push? It's only 12.5 minutes. It's not a level 3 Lord, but I think they want to try to fight this out.
Yeah, they got to, and if T's going to be the target, you see, they go for the flash combo. Winter Crown already baited out, but he's going to be just taken down quite easily. And I think BTK lining up for the Lord next.
All right, so at this point, Lord getting low, big catch.
Oh, nice implosion coming through as well. You can see, but they get the bloody hunt from Hoon on towards Melon as he's going to be the target. And next is Kush on the chopping block. He gets taken down. Unstoppable is Zia. They find 4. Yato's the only one left standing. Concealed play going through as well. They want to call it quits. They want to call it an end. They got the minions marching down. Yato has no possible way to defend whatsoever. BTK will move on to the grand finals of the NACT 2025 spring season.
Well done by BTK. They make it look easy. Vendetta fought. They put up the best fight we've seen against BTK so far, but still not enough. Get out your lanterns, boys, because they're taking it to the grand finals. It's huge, it's exciting, and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, it was exciting indeed, and I think BTK show why they're the favorites, right? Why they're the tournament favorites every single time, not dropping one game so far to make it to the grand finals. And I think, does Zia still have to prove a point? That's the big question, right?
I mean, yeah, Zia's still top dog, I think. I think Zia still got this. Melon, let's be real. Game 1, he put up a great fight, and I think, you know, Vendetta, they did their best there. Melon definitely, I still think, causing waves in the scene, but it's going to be a bit more time till you can go against the big dogs.
Yeah, I think definitely got to get more time at this point. I think they need a lot more experience as well, a lot more investment in terms of getting into the game, understanding how it works, try and get a boot camp set up, but it's definitely a step closer, right? It's a step ahead for Vendetta. Although they didn't make it to the grand finals, they did finish in the semifinals, and they had a hard bracket to get to this point as well. And if you're really going to lose out of the NACT, I think better to beat TK than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a hype grand finals. I'm sure we're going to talk about that soon. But, you know, earlier we saw the damage dealt score, and it's not like VTA didn't deal bad damage. And I want to point out one thing that was consistently a problem. Shark with those implosions, man. The guy was always catching 2 or 3 members. The guy was always just every time he was making a play happen, and VTA could not do anything about it.
Yeah, Shark was there's no possible way for them to stop him, right? Especially after picking up the Franco, and they pick up the Franco early as well. So and then Tigreal is basically a counter, just goes in, flicker, implosion, catches everybody off guard, and he's waiting for the perfect opportunity as well. And Shark being, I think this comes without a shadow of a doubt, the best roamer in NA. So he knows when he has to pick his moments, and picking those moments is what makes him that top roamer. And every single implosion he's landed in this game worked.
Yeah,
led to a kill.
Is that the key, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
I think Shark, it's true, like there's gold laners like Melon looking to overtake that. There's junglers like Kush looking to overtake that. There's mages, you know, but there's never anyone to do what Shark does. This man has continued to make world stage appearances, has continued to dominate. Look at that implosion right there. That was where they really kind of started kicking off. And this is when we knew the damage was online for BTK. And VTA just had to kind of back off. They had to kind of look for a moment. Even with T landing great bloody hunts, I mean, there was just nothing to do. And this is why, listen, Kimmy is, I know you said Kimmy can get countered. Kimmy is first pick material, man. That's the only marksman who's getting bloody hunted and still getting away. The defense stats make 0 sense. I don't understand it. How is Kimmy always able to do this?
And not just the bloody hunt, even the Ogi shadow kill was used. Just pop that skill 1 and fly away. I mean, that should be illegal if you ask me. I don't know how he made that happen at that point. Energy transformation? Nuh-uh, that's just an escape skill.
It is ridiculous. It is pure insanity. No hero should be able to get away from that, let alone a marksman, but Kimmy does it with ease. A well-played victory for BTK there, and like you said, I think Shark deserves so much respect because that game was just in his hands from the start.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the international stage?
Yes. Shark actually has the most international appearances than any other NA player. Some people, if I'm wrong, I'm probably going to get attacked for that, but I'm almost positive he has the most international appearances compared to the others. Because either what would happen is, you know, Zane doesn't make it because Shark's on another team, or this or that, or something would go on. But Shark has almost always been on the world stage. But with that, we're going to bring back our beautiful host, Liz. How you feeling after that 3-0 sweep?
I mean, we expected nothing less of BTK. We did hope for the best, hope to see some games that go to the distance, but at the end of the day, Vendetta has given it their shot, and the Kings reign supreme. So let's take a look at the MVP of the series. You guys have hyped up Shark, who has consistently been in the internationals, and he is indeed the MVP of the series with a KD of 1-11 and a match participant of 71%.
He's the one that's dictating the pace of the game, right? He's the one that's calling the shots the entire time. If he's having a good game, the rest of BTK are definitely having a good game as well. So no surprises. MVP, I wouldn't be surprised if he got MVP of the entire NACT as well. He's NA's MVP, if you ask me. You gotta have Shark if you wanna make it to the international stage. He looks like the lucky charm.
Fair enough. The Shark, the Lucky Charm, Super Shark, Big Brother Shark, whatever you want to call him, the dude has been a monster time after time. And I mean, this is a hard VP to play because all of them played very, very well. Whenever there was a moment where one of them was faltering, whether, you know, Shark wasn't able to make the play, Fried Chicken would step up. When both of them were in the backline attacking, Zia would step up. And even Best Player, if there was any doubt about him being the jungle, the guy played amazing today, catching the 1v1 against Kush, being aggressive, getting in their face, and most of all, not choking, which is important when it's coming down to the line.
Not choke he did do, and now we have an interview with Hoon from BTK.
Hello.
Or the MVP Shark. Thank you for joining us, Shark. How are you feeling? Congratulations.
I expect the game gonna be more fun, but everyone see the Franco be lucky every game, so I don't think that's a fair game, but a win is a win. I take it.
So how would you rate his Franco if you were to rate it from 10?
Wait, excuse me, say again.
If you were to rate his Franco on a scale of 1 to Shark, what would you rate it?
Maybe around Joy Boy level.
Oh, around who?
Joy Boy.
Joybot level?
Oh, Joy Boy, yeah.
Oh, Joybot level, but you are way above both of them.
We will see tomorrow. We will see.
Yeah, I like it. And Zia looks like he's still crawling in the back there. Is Zia feeling better now?
No, he cannot talk at all. He muted. He stay muted.
Oh no. Well, he still put on a monstrous performance, so good job to everyone on this team. We spoke with your opponents earlier, Area 77. They're chilling in a boot camp of their own in Dallas, and feeling pretty confident. How are you guys feeling about the match tomorrow?
You know, pretty normal. I never lost to Big Noise, so I see you tomorrow, 877. Get ready.
All right, and they told us a little bit about what they're doing to prepare for the matches. What are you guys doing in the boot camp preparing for your matches?
I think after this we have a water party for ready tomorrow. We drink water and we sleep.
You drink water tonight and then sleep. Drink water and ban Matilda as always.
Yep.
Yeah, and is there anything you want to say to Area 77, say to your opponents?
You know, last time I lost to Joybot last NACT, so I want to revenge on him tomorrow.
All right, you bet. And is there anything you want to say to your fans or anyone watching out there?
Thank you everyone, and shout out to Soul Rose, the man behind the BTK team. He helped a lot. Soul the best.
Hey, Sir Rose, he is the coach for BTK this season, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, you guys finally locked in, Sir Rose, and best of luck to you guys tomorrow. Anything else any of the teammates want to say to the audience?
No. Master?
All right, I love it, guys. Yeah, best of luck tomorrow. You guys are ready for it, and we can't wait to see you guys perform tomorrow.
Thank you. GG. GG.
GG.
GG.
GG's indeed.
Let's do it together.
That's how we close out the stream, guys.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a run. Very fast-paced tournament this season. We saw a lot of exciting matches. Still only zeros on the boards. I wonder what's gonna happen tomorrow. This time around, today we saw 0 and 3, 3 and 0, whichever way it goes. Area 77 and BTK, the two teams that are boot camped in their respective regions, are coming on top. And tomorrow they're going to be fighting on an equal footing up against each other in the best of 7 series.
That's going to be a complete slugfest if you ask me. If you're looking for a quick 4-0, that's not going to happen. It's going to be a long night. I feel like it's going to go 4-3. Could definitely go the distance. These teams know each other. And BTK going to be going in favorites. Will they make it out as champions? Most likely. At least that's what we caster predictions will tell. But with the way Area 77 have played, 2-0 against Millonario, 3-0 against Villanera, I think some will say that they had an easier bracket, but hey, they still made it to the grand finals, and I think now they're going to show us what they can actually do against BTK.
Yeah, I mean, BTK versus Area 77 is a match of the ages. It's the classic American derby right here. Anyone who's been around for a long time knows that seeing those two logos on the board has you in for some fun. So I'm super excited for it. It's nostalgic. It's a great way to end the season. I think tomorrow's going to be a blast no matter what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Just hearing the name up against each other for the grand finals, BTK versus Area 77, is such a throwback to 2022, 2023, and NACT history. And this season, definitely all the teams are making history with coming on top each and every game as their last. It's a high-stake tournament, and the stakes are going to be even higher tomorrow as the teams compete for that slot for MSC. And wonderful casting with our talents. Anything else you want to say on Mother's Day to everyone out there?
Hey, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, because I don't know what it's like to be a mother, but of course they do, and I think it's I mean of course, but I think love to all the mothers, of course. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of the NACT. And looking forward to more. And of course, tomorrow, the grand finals. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be one game to watch out for.
Well, for us over here in America, we still got a few hours till it's Mother's Day. So I'll save my happy Mother's Day wishes for tomorrow. But shout out to all the moms out there. Shout out to the teams out there. Kronos, it was a pleasure to have you. It was a pleasure to cast with you. I had a lot of fun with you today, man. I'm super excited. Hopefully we get to cast again in the future. And Liz, as always, it's always a pleasure being here on the desk with you. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, well said. You guys said it all. We'll see tomorrow. Very exciting matchups. It's great to be with these amazing talents and to witness all this stars coming out of NA. So best of luck to all the teams tomorrow, and hope you guys are tuning in tomorrow at the same time. Happy Mother's Day to all the Asian fans out there. We'll see you tomorrow.